In Afghanistan, after President Biden stood by his August 31st withdrawal deadline. We'll have a full report from Kabul.
And then we are going to introduce you to the breakout star of this year's Little League World Series, who just so happens to be the only girl competing.
Plus, Renee Elise Goldsberry is here to talk two of our favorite things, Hamilton and Girls 5 Eva.
You love saying that, don't you?
5 Eva.
Yeah. And if you're looking for some fitness tips, you've come to the right place. We're going to help you strengthen not just your physical health, but your mental health as well. So, ready to get going?
Let's do it.
It's time for Today in 30. Well, we'll start in Afghanistan. That is where we find NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Once again, Richard, good morning.
Good morning. The race is now on to get people out of this country. The United States and other nations have already evacuated tens of thousands of Afghans, the equivalent of a small city. That itself is a massive logistical challenge. But now there's another problem: where to keep and house them all while their paperwork is verified and processed.
The clock is running out on America's longest war. The Taliban stressing it's time for the U.S. to pack up and fly out. Now what may be the biggest airlift in American history is in full swing, finally working with spectacular efficiency. Transport planes and civilian aircraft brought in from around the world. The loading often done with care and compassion. But that doesn't always last once they land. There's a huge and ugly bottleneck at transit hubs. One of the main ones is at the U.S. base in Doha, Qatar. Thousands crowded in holding areas. Temperatures well over 100 degrees a day. Qatari officials tell NBC News they want to help, but the Defense and State Departments are blocking with cumbersome bureaucracy. So Afghans are stuck in a terrible limbo, and no one seems to know how long they'll be here.
We are aware of what had been some terrible sanitation conditions at Qatar.
Similar complaints about the Ramstein U.S. base in Germany. Sarah Fortin, the daughter of an Afghan translator, arrived in the U.S. after transiting through both of the American bases.
It was kind of hard, especially when we were in Qatar because it was so hot there. I fainted 4 times in there and it was very scary. Everyone thought they were going to die. Then in Germany, it was the exact opposite. It was very, very cold. People didn't have blankets. So yeah, it was a nightmare.
In Kabul, the Taliban are maintaining order and now discouraging, at times blocking, people from reaching the airport. Many Afghans were trying to leave even if they had no connection to the United States. 2 days ago, the crowds at the airport looked like this. Now, just a fraction of that. The Taliban have set up checkpoints all across Kabul. They don't want a terrorist attack by ISIS, their enemy, or anyone else to slow down the evacuation and keep the Americans in their country even one day longer.
Richard, one of the chief concerns over the past few weeks as the Taliban cements their rule has been the future of women, the future of girls there. Are we starting to get any indication of what that's going to look like moving forward?
Well, mostly we are hearing what the Taliban says it will do. The Taliban has said that girls can go to school, that they can work, that they are not going to reimpose the burqa. They say that they do expect some sort of Islamic head covering, a veil, which is common across the Middle East and in many Muslim countries. And I can tell you, just across the street from where I am, a few minutes ago, I saw a group of women. They did not have burqas on. They were a few yards away from Taliban fighters. The Taliban fighters were not harassing them. But these are still very early days. We will see how this progresses in the weeks, months, potentially years to come. And it hasn't really been tested yet because right now, many women in this country seem to be at home. You're not seeing many women on the streets.
Richard Engel for us once again on the ground in Kabul. Richard, thank you.
All right, now to new developments in an infamous case in California that made headlines around the world.
Yeah, Scott Peterson is serving life in prison for the 2002 murder of his pregnant wife, Lacey, and their unborn son. Today, Peterson has a new hearing where his legal team is going to continue fighting for a new trial, citing evidence of alleged juror misconduct in his case.
NBC's Natalie Morales sat down with Peterson's sister-in-law, who's been leading the charge to prove he's innocent. Natalie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, for years, Scott Peterson has argued his trial was flawed, claiming one of the jurors lied about her history of domestic abuse to get on the case and to convict him. Well, today, Peterson is back in court, attending virtually, though, from prison. The judge is expected to set a date to hear the allegations of juror misconduct. And if found, Peterson could get a new trial. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law, Janie, believes new evidence in the case will set him free.
If he is given a new trial, do you think he'll be exonerated?
Absolutely. I'm confident that Scott will never be convicted again.
For nearly 2 decades, Janie Peterson has believed in her brother-in-law's innocence. Married to his older brother, Joe, Janie says she's known Scott since he was 13 and regularly talks to him in San Quentin State Prison, where he's been locked up for the past 16 years, found guilty of murdering his wife, Lacey, then 8 months pregnant, and their unborn son, Connor. In 2003, their remains washed ashore just miles from where Peterson said he'd been fishing on Christmas Eve. Peterson's 2004 death sentence was reduced to life without parole last fall by the California Supreme Court, citing significant errors in jury selection. Now, Janie hopes evidence of alleged juror misconduct will win him a new trial and his freedom.
There's evidence that was completely ignored that shows Lacey was alive after he left for the day.
Much of the DA's case was based on Peterson's affair with massage therapist Amber Fry, who testified she had no idea he was married.
How do you explain that he told Amber that his wife had died?
There's nothing I can say to justify or explain that statement, but also there was no evidence that he had anything to do with what happened to Lacey, so...
You don't believe an adulterer makes motive for murder?
I don't think you can take that leap.
To exonerate Scott, Janie's created this war room, each sticky note representing a new witness and a new theory of what happened to Lacey.
You'll definitely see some of these witnesses called to testify in Scott's second trial.
Janie says one key to their case lies with the Petersons' golden retriever, Mackenzie. At trial, a neighbor testified seeing the dog inside the Petersons' gated yard at 10:15 that morning. But Janie says when the mailman arrived around 10:30, he claimed the dog wasn't there. Evidence never heard in court that she says proves Lacey was alive and out walking the dog after Scott left the house. So if Peterson didn't kill Lacey, who did? Janie says the morning she went missing, evidence shows the house across the street was being robbed, and Lacey had a confrontation with the burglars, a theory that was part of Peterson's trial and appeal, but rejected by the court. The men denied any involvement in Lacey's case, and a police investigation cleared them. But Peterson's defense team will argue they killed her, then decided to frame Scott.
So your theory is Lacey was kidnapped by the men who were robbing the house across the street, and then they disposed of her body 90 miles away where Scott happened to be fishing. A lot of people would say, well, that seems a little far-fetched.
If you have an opportunity to get away with murder, you're gonna do it.
At age 53, Janie is now back in school, getting her law degree. So if Scott gets a new trial, she can be part of his defense.
And all it takes is, if there is a new jury, changing one mind on that jury.
Absolutely. We don't have justice. This crime is not solved.
So Natalie, what does the prosecutor think of the possibility of a new trial?
Well, you know, the issue of juror misconduct is a serious one. Now, the juror in question had actually 2 instances in her past involving domestic violence, both when she was pregnant, which she did not disclose during the voir dire. The prosecutor's office, though, is standing by the verdict, however, saying they will fight against an attempt to overturn Scott Peterson's conviction. However, if he is granted a new trial, the prosecutor will seek life without parole rather than the death penalty. This is definitely one to be watching, guys.
For sure. Natalie, thank you.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying. You are Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Baseball's brightest young stars are taking the field in the Little League World Series. And among the many standouts, one Texas native has really made her mark. NBC's Morgan Chesky has more on the 12-year-old who's got everyone talking. And Morgan, she can play.
Yeah, Tom, you're absolutely right. She certainly can. And talk about a switch in summer plans that's taken a pretty incredible turn. Ella Bruning should be playing softball this summer, but instead, she decided to help lead her Wiley, Texas baseball team all the way to the Little League World Series, becoming the only girl to play in the entire tournament and putting absolutely everyone on notice.
Another really good block, and Ella is putting on a show behind home plate.
At this year's Little League World Series, it's number 8 from the Lone Star State, who has everyone's attention.
She is all over the place. She is well schooled and frames the ball as good as anybody we've seen in this tournament.
Ella Bruning putting on a catching clinic in the first week of tournament play. A brick wall behind the plate, the 12-year-old star has been unshakable, grabbing the attention of Major League Baseball, already calling her a beast. Even Yankees catching great Jorge Posada offering big league support, writing, "Keep it up, Ella. Great job." Oh, and did we mention she could swing a bat with the best of them? Ella, just the third girl to have a multi-game hit in World Series history. But for this humble star, it's all about the team. Telling her own Dasha Burns, they're out here to play hard and leave it all out on the field.
We're going to do good no matter what. We're going to try our best. We're going to pick each other up. We're going to have fun.
Ella's now the 20th girl to ever play in the Little League World Series, following in the footsteps of Monet Davis, the star of the 2014 tournament, and the first girl to ever pitch a shutout in Little League World Series history.
Don't let anyone stop you from doing what you like, so just keep dreaming. Go for it.
Now 20-year-old Monet is passing the torch, throwing out a ceremonial first pitch to Bruning ahead of Tuesday's big game. A growing sisterhood on the diamond, giving millions of others a chance to dream.
So Ella and her Texas teammates will be returning to the diamond today. They'll be taking on Nebraska, and they need 3 more wins to make it to that coveted championship game. But my favorite Ella story, Tom, is the fact that when she initially joined after watching her older brother play, she said it was as a joke. But who's laughing now? She's doing incredible. All the best to her Texas team as they take on Nebraska later today.
Yeah, we will be rooting her on. And that's right, no joke at all. She catches and she hits, and she's great at both of them. Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Renee Elise Goldsberry.
She stars in the Emmy-nominated Peacock original Girls 5 Eva, bringing sass and laughs as the self-absorbed member of a 90s group trying to make a comeback.
But she also stole our hearts as Angelica Schuyler in Hamilton, now 5 years after that role, and she's up for an Emmy for the filmed version of the Broadway hit.
And Renee is with us to talk about all of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here on today.
In person.
So
yes. In New York City.
I know. Yes.
It's all coming back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's the thing. We say 5 years since Hamilton. First of all, it's hard to believe because I watched it 3 times last week.
There you go. Yeah.
With my son
house,
on Disney
on.
Plus. So you're nominated for an Emmy for the film version. If I'm not mistaken, that places you just one away from EGOT status.
Two away.
Is it
2 away? I'm a gutter.
A gutter.
I'm a gutter. I'm not an EGOT. You know, I can't believe I got the gutter. The G and the T is a miracle.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with what I got. But I have this nomination, which is
It's so amazing.
so shockingly wonderful.
It was so funny. I was reading, obviously so many powerful performances in this show. We're talking about, Girls 5 Eva, Hamilton. One here, it says, I read that if you could ever write your autobiography, the title would be called After Satisfied.
That's right.
What does that mean?
Well, in the moment, it meant that the stress, I used to be so stressed when I was doing the show. I mean, I couldn't even relax and enjoy it because I was always, it's just such a beautiful, important number. Technically, emotionally, challenging.
Right.
And when it was over, I felt like I could just sit back behind Leslie Odom Jr.
I always wonder about that with stars. When they have a song that everybody's like looking forward to hearing.
Yeah. And then when the audience had the cast recording, they knew every single word.
Yes. Yes.
So if I got it wrong, they would have known.
I get it.
It started there, and now it's just about my life after Satisfied and all the blessings that it brought, like the opportunity to be here with you today.
Yes.
Thrilled to have you here. One of the things, my biggest thrills was I got to be a Schuyler sister for a moment.
I remember. You look just like one
on that turntable. But you talk about Broadway.
There's the footage.
There we go.
It really is depressing how little rhythm I have. But
stealing the show is what you're doing.
Tell me about why is Broadway return so important for New York's comeback?
Broadway is synonymous with what's brilliant about New York City. It's why we pay all these rent prices, and why, I think we've done a really good job of making this be a shining city in our country, and we attract really talented people. I mean, my career I'm specifically indebted to what happens in New York City. The room, being in the room where it happens, kind of like, it means like being in New York City. People come here to change the world, and you get a little piece of that when you can come see really talented people on Broadway tell really important stories that are still relevant 5 years after they were on Broadway. So it's really important, and it really symbolizes that we are, as human beings, coming back from this pandemic. We are resilient. And we're ready to celebrate.
Even these folks here,
I know. Everybody's back.
Our fully vaccinated
I know
crowd.
they proudly get their vaccinations. They want to come to the crowd. They want to be here and
be a part of
touch
New York
shoulders
City
again. Absolutely.
We have to talk about Girls 5 Eva. I mean, it's picked up for a second season. The first season, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's hard to do. Shocking. Before we talk about it, I want to take a look at this one scene where you're kind of tidying up as a house guest. Take a look. This is the scene.
Is that a trash pile?
Of course not. It's to donate. I'm very giving. That's our microwave. It has a button that says baked potato. Invest in yourself. I do. I wash my bra every other week. A clean, fresh space is my gift to you for letting me stay here. I have an eye for this. Every interior designer I've ever worked with has said, then why don't you just do it?
I think all the scenes in that show, it's the least glamorous moment.
I know, because you do get
But
glam
the
moments.
comedy is there.
We love seeing you like that. We love seeing the silliness, the humor. I mean, is it fun to kind of transition and play that kind of role? And how do you get into it?
First of all, I get to work with Sarah Bareilles, who was here recently,
Yep,
I hear. Paula Pell, Busy Phillips, that wonderful Tina Fey show, Meredith Scardina writing. It's that's a dream come true. And you know, the comedy part is something that's just very much who I am. My friends are like, finally the world gets to see how ridiculous you are. I feel like theater people, we are really at home anywhere.
Yeah.
We're just always surprised somebody has a camera in our face. And so I love being on the show. It's doing really, really well on Peacock, and I'm so glad you guys
That's so
like
great.
it.
Were you really in a girl group back in the day?
Oh my God, yes, girl. I was in everything there was to be in.
What's your girl group called?
What was it called?
I think it was called, first of all, we did not get a record deal or anything inside heaven, but I think it was called Female.
Wait a minute. Here we go.
Oh, this! Oh my God,
Yes.
they're my girl.
Please, y'all had a real situation going. That's not like.
How did we not get signed?
Wait,
There's still time.
Look at us.
There's
you know,
still time.
That obviously not professional pictures. That was
think
on
we
my
need to get you
balcony.
guys back together.
Tops and everything. I love it.
But sir, no jokes here. You do have an album coming out next year.
I have an album coming out. I'm
So,
very excited about it.
next-
Original music.
Will you come
Next
back?
time you come back, we want to talk about that.
I would love to sing something.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Okay.
City concert, here we come.
By the way, season 1 of Girls 5 Eva streaming now on Peacock, which of course is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
It is?
Apparently.
Have you
That's
heard?
what they tell
You
me.
didn't hear
Did
that?
not know that.
Wow.
You work for the Peacock.
Thank you so much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
So when it comes to our health, everybody's journey is different. Take a look at the story of Meg Boggs.
As a young girl, Meg started weighing herself every day, and for years she believed because of her size, she'd never fit in.
And then she lost the extra weight she carried around and thought that would be her ticket to happiness. But it didn't even come close, and Meg's life quickly became a roller coaster ride of binging, dieting, and exercising.
But when Meg and her husband Bobby became parents for the first time to their daughter Macy, something inside clicked, and she began a new fitness journey that made her physically and mentally stronger.
We had a chance to sit down with Meg, who wrote all about it in her story, Fitness for Everybody. Take a look.
Hey, Meg.
Hey, Meg.
Hi. How are you?
Here. I'm great.
We're so happy you're here. So take us back to being that little girl and, you know, having kids say things to you and really just society saying that you weren't enough and how you fought against all that.
Yeah, you know, it was something that I struggled with my entire life. Everything that I did revolved around my body and how that was restricting me and how I needed to change it. And so my whole life, I just did everything possible to conform and to change and to adapt to what everybody else wanted. And then eventually I grew up and I was a mom and I was, you know, not doing what I loved. And what I loved to do was move my body and embrace fitness. And that just wasn't available for me. And I thought about my daughter, and I thought about how, one day she's going to grow up. She's a woman, and she's going to eventually want to dream big and do things that she loves. And if all she can think about is her body, and all she sees is me showing her that restriction and punishment and shame and guilt are how you get those things, I don't want that for her. And so I had to change everything about what I was doing and what I loved. And I just embraced fitness 100% after I had her, and I just haven't turned back since. And it's just completely changed my life.
I love that transformation. And I think a lot of people can feel your journey before that moment, that epiphany happened. And you were even talking about at one point you wanted to have a baby, you and your husband, and here comes lovely Macy. But the doctor told you initially, well, you'd have to lose 100 pounds before you could have a baby. And it seemed like everywhere you turned, there was someone telling you, this isn't going to work, you can't do this. And you did lose that weight, but the happiness was not. Sometimes people think with weight loss comes instant happiness, but that's not really how it works.
No, it wasn't at all. I was 100% just focused on weight loss. That's all I could think about every day. Everything I put into my mouth, I had to know the exact amount of calories. And I was just engulfed in this lifestyle. And I thought that was healthy. I thought I was choosing health every single day. And in reality, it was very unhealthy. Everything I was doing, my mental health was just declining really, really quickly. And I was getting praised for it. I was getting so much celebration and praise around me, telling me that, good job, keep going, don't stop. And for me, I felt like if I keep going, my life could end. And that's when that decision had to be made, where I can't do this anymore. I have to choose life. I have to choose me. If that means that I'm not restricting and I'm not counting calories, and I'm actually intuitively eating and nourishing my body in ways that feel good and moving my body in ways that feel good, then I'm doing it right. And that's what I want to teach my daughter. If she's going to learn anything about diet culture and about, all these things that society teaches young girls, she's not going to learn that from me. And that was what changed my whole mindset.
Meg, I think that's so smart. And your book is filled with wisdom on how we can all feel good, which I think is the end result that we all want. Your blog and your social media posts have resonated with so many people. I think you have over 400,000 Instagram followers. You have just changed lives. So we have a little surprise for you. Joining us today are some of your biggest fans. It's our Meg Boggs fan Zoom wall.
Hey guys, you are loved.
And actually,
I'm gonna try not to cry.
Where is Ashley? Ashley wants to say a little something to you, Meg.
Hi. Oh my God, I'm gonna try not to cry right now. So I'm 35 almost, and I feel like I spent my entire life trying to be smaller in order to be worthy, in order to not take up space, in order to be healthy or fit. And a few years ago, Meg, I stumbled upon you on Instagram, and you were showing up just as you are for yourself, doing health and fitness, all these things in a larger body that I never knew that I could do. To say that you've had an impact on my life and my daughter's lives and the world is like such an understatement. So thank you.
We also have a quick special message for you. Where's Bobby? This is your husband, Bobby, with Macy, your daughter, and your mom, Gloria. Bobby, what did you want to say?
Oh,
there's
We
Bobby.
love you so much. We're so proud of you. So proud of you. So thankful. I mean, be a part of that and help you grow and just share the message. We love you so much and we're so proud. Thank you so much.
Bobby, Macy, your mama. Man, love is all around. Meg, we want to say thank you. God, but just by being you, look what you did. We thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, what an inspiration. And for more on Meg's book, Fitness for Everybody, head to today.com/shop.
We hope you're back with us for another great morning tomorrow on Today.
Molly Shannon's going to be here, by the way, to talk about her latest project tomorrow. So, see you tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thanks for joining me at Today All Day. I love sharing Cooking with Cal videos with you, but I've also gotten the chance to interview so many fantastic people across our country wanting to make a difference in one person's life or change the world for the better. Here are a few of my favorites. Enjoy.
Well, we are salivating because this morning in our series, Food for Thought, remember how your parents always told you, eat your vegetables? Well, we've got all the motivation you need right here.
Like, how fresh does this smell? This is amazing. I had the chance to talk to one of the world's foremost farmers who says it's finally time for veggies to get their moment in the sun. I want you all to meet Farmer Lee Jones. Tell me about your outfit.
Well, I don't own another pair of pants. I have 18 pairs of overalls, 18 white shirts, and 18 red bow ties.
Farmer Lee Jones might as well be right out of Central Casting.
We're kind of like the Willy Wonka of vegetables. Growing healthy vegetables, sexy vegetables, fun vegetables is just in our blood. I can't think of doing anything else that would make me happier.
Here on his Ohio farm near Lake Erie, Jones grows some of the world's best vegetables. But don't just take our word for it. You actually have a voicemail from Julia Childs.
Hi, Lee Jones, Julia Child here. And the tomatoes have arrived and they're marvelous. And I was like, oh my gosh, Julia Child put us a message. So I recorded it. They kept playing it on the PA all over the farm. I played it like 50 times.
Julia wasn't alone. For decades, Jones has provided vegetables to many other top chefs and their restaurants. But this farmer to the stars was once just a little sprout on the family farm. What were some of your favorite childhood memories growing up on the farm?
Well, you know, we used to harvest a lot of sweet corn and we would put it along the manifold of the tractor. And by the time we got back, we had a roasted ear of sweet corn. And there's nothing better than eating corn right out of the field.
But in 1980, a severe hailstorm destroyed all their crops and his family lost everything. To survive, they sold what little they had left to farmers markets, where a chef planted a seed that changed everything.
She got in my ear and she said, look, I believe that if you would grow for the quality, grow for the flavor, grow without chemicals, do it the right way, that there would be enough chefs that would support you.
So they decided to grow exclusively for chefs and have since reaped the rewards.
And that's really been our salvation.
Another secret to the Joneses' success, getting back to basics.
A lot of our information comes from agricultural books that are 100 years old. Think about it. It was pre-chemical, pre-synthetic fertilizer, and the nutrient levels were 50% higher. My dad had a saying that the only thing we're trying to do is get as good as the growers were 100 years ago. We're seeing numbers as high as 300 to 500% above USDA average by really working in harmony with nature rather than trying to outsmart it. It's so exciting.
And your excitement is rubbing off. I mean, I've never met somebody who was this passionate about vegetables. Where does that passion come from?
You know, it's just, it's in our DNA. I got to work with my dad for 40 years here on the farm. We lost him August 4th last year. I believe that he's here with us in these fields, looking down and continuing to encourage us every day.
With many chefs closing restaurants during COVID, Jones sold veggie deliveries to home cooks instead.
We have 157 full-time people on the farm, 157 families. We wanted to do everything we could to make sure that they were safe, well-fed, and employed.
And this year, Jones published The Chef's Garden, a Bible of family stories, wisdom, and recipes. His trademark wardrobe, an homage to farmers from the classic novel, The Grapes of Wrath.
Their overalls are worn and torn, but they're clean, and they had white shirts and bow ties on, and they maintained their integrity. I just want to represent small family farms throughout America and try and hold this occupation at a level with esteem.
All right, now I'm going to ask you the hardest question of this whole list of questions. What is your favorite vegetable?
What season is it? Eat the rainbow and eat it raw would be my advice. Eat your vegetables.
What a great guy.
These are the best vegetables you will ever eat. So Farmer Jones told me that he has a saying on the farm, healthy soil, healthy vegetables, healthy people, healthy environment. So he's a true believer that everything literally starts from the ground up. And
wow, so good.
I mean, you have to just eat it fresh. It's so good.
And they talked about how nutrient dense they are, more than the average.
Just from growing it right.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism?
There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with an incredible story from our Sisterhood series. Twins, of course, share a very special bond, but the sisters you're about to meet go even beyond that. Their connection is life-saving and life-changing.
We have each other, and there's never going to be a moment where we don't have each other.
Ever since sisters Billie Joe Rose and Bobby Joe Sullivan were born, they were inseparable. After all, they are identical twins.
What is that special connection that you two have that other people might not have?
When we fight, it's like instant forgiveness.
Growing up, we always had a playmate. We would always hold hands from our little bunk beds when we go to sleep.
But at 7 years old, hospital visits separated the sisters when Billie was diagnosed with leukemia. Bobby was determined to help.
When bone marrow transplant is on the table, Bobby, did you know right away you would be a match?
They asked me if I wanted to be a donor, and I was like, yes, absolutely. When it came down to it, they were like, well, if they're twins, if they're identical, this could be 100%. And lo and behold, it was.
Billie underwent a bone marrow transplant donated by Bobby, and the procedure was successful.
We were 100% identical, right down to every last cell and everything.
I would get tested it was every month, and then I think it was the 15-year mark, they said that I was cured.
Life went on. They both experienced the loss of their brother. They got married, and then 25 years later, Billie's cancer was back. But this time, she was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer.
It was just shocking, but they said it was very treatable. And then I went through chemotherapy again, and then I opted to do the double mastectomy because I did not want this reoccurring in any way, shape, or form.
And Bobby, how is this all impacting you?
In my head, I'm like, why? Why is this always happening to her? Why can't I take some of this?
After undergoing cancer treatment, Billie wanted to start a family of her own, but struggled with infertility. So she turned to reproductive endocrinologist Dr. Kara Goldman at Northwestern Medicine to discuss her options.
It became very clear that her ovarian function was irreparably damaged by her chemotherapy. And so she would be needing to consider egg donation. And she immediately said, my sister Bobby is in. She has been talking about this with me for years. And it was the plan from there on.
Was there ever a moment of you being nervous to give up an egg?
Not one bit. So then when the doctors did mention, hey, do you want to do this? I was like, all right, yeah.
After consulting their doctor, it was decided. Through in vitro fertilization, Bobby would donate her eggs while Billie would carry her baby. And when it came time for the embryo transfer, Billie brought her sister to Dr. Goldman's office.
What was that moment like?
There were tears, there was hand-holding, and just a tremendous amount of joy.
As much as I wanted my husband to be there, it wouldn't have been possible without Bobby.
8 days later, tests confirmed Billie was pregnant. This May, Billie received an early Mother's Day surprise. Her daughter, June Jo Rose, was born 4 weeks before her due date.
Well,
were the emotions going through your head? Because this is coming after a whole process to even be able to have and give birth to your own child.
It was just a whole thing of thanking Bobby for being able to do this, to make this all possible. I have a family now, and it was just like the best thing ever.
If anybody's doing the math, this is twice now you've given life.
Yeah.
We joke around like when I'm older, like if I need a kidney or something, I'm like, I know who I'm coming to.
Can we meet her?
Yep.
Hi, June. Bobby, seeing Billy holding June, what does it mean to have been able to give this gift to your sister?
To see the smile on her face and the smile on her husband's face, I would do it 100 times over again, without a doubt.
Such a special bond. So to take this even further, after Bobby donated her eggs to Billy, then Bobby ended up getting pregnant with her third child.
Oh.
So then there was a little bit of time there, about 2 months, when they were pregnant at the same time. And you know, for Bobby, it was never a question. Whatever you need, I will do whatever you need.
Sisters.
And yeah, it's just an incredible.
It makes you want to be a better sibling. I have a little brother, and it makes you. You're like, oh my gosh, I've done nothing for my brother. You know?
Text him right now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
It is time for Cooking with Cal, and my little chef and I are making a sweet treat straight from my summers growing up on the Jersey Shore.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Waffles and ice cream.
With strawberry sauce?
Yeah!
Yes! This is one of my favorite desserts. Most everyone has never heard of it before, but waffles and ice cream was a Jersey Shore favorite. So now that I have a waffle maker, we're gonna make it at home. First things first, you wanna make the waffles. So just pick your favorite waffle mix. You can even use frozen waffles if you want to. We're just going to whip up the waffles that we always make, right? Cool. So we've already got the mix in here. Let's add some oil. I like to add some vanilla, even though the recipe doesn't call for it. Egg.
Crack.
Do you want to crack it? Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this. All right, let's pour some milk in here.
Oh, baby.
Your whisk, sir. Waffle mix.
Ooh, that looks yummy.
It does, right?
And I'm gonna mess them up.
Yes, you are. Right, so
That's me, Mama.
So if we mash these all together.
Don't do all of them.
with the vanilla and the sugar.
So do all of them.
And you keep mashing. Yell at the juice. Get the juice out of there. You keep mashing, and I'm gonna put the waffles on, okay? Get those cooking. 2, 3. Fill this one up. 1, 2, 3. Should we get the ice cream out?
I got it, Mom.
One more.
Waffles are ready.
All right.
You want to try? Whoa, perfect. Let's put a scoop right here.
Is that right now?
Wait, one more thing. Ready? All right, this is gonna take a while. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Yum, that looks good.
I was hoping to bring cans of Cool Whip here so we could all try the trick.
What is he hitting his hand?
So he hits his hand, it pops up. I don't know where he learned this from, but it's...
I'm dying to try
watch this.
I'm dying to try this.
Oh!
All I can think about is Ollie's on the side going, what about, where's my waffle?
No, we try to do these now while Ollie's napping because he will want everything we're eating.
Why wouldn't he?
Yum.
Especially the whipped cream. And we'll be right back.
For generations, kids like myself have lost themselves in the pages of Highlights magazine, usually sitting at the dentist's office. This was the only thing that would take
Made it
them out.
bearable, right?
Well, this morning we're going to take you behind the brand.
This month is a special one. Highlights for Children is celebrating its 75th anniversary.
And I was so excited to do this story. I sat down with 2 of the company's leaders who also happen to be descendants of the founders, and they shared a rich history of family, learning, and lots of fun with a purpose.
I think the secret is always to look at the world through the kids' eyes.
If you've ever waited in the doctor's office, chances are you've seen the bright covers of Highlights magazine and the hidden picture puzzles inside. Like this one, where you might find a lollipop, an ice cream cone, even a toothbrush. But Pat Mickelson knows that there's a lot more to the history of her family's business than pictures. What began as a magazine 75 years ago has expanded across multiple platforms to reach more than 10 million young readers in 40 countries.
Can you take me back to the beginning and how it all started?
It started with my grandparents.
Gary Cleveland Myers, a child psychologist, and Caroline Clark Myers, an educator, dreamed of starting a magazine for children.
They really wanted to make something that would be very, very special to help children grow.
So in 1946, they started Highlights in Honesdale, Pennsylvania.
How was it received right off the bat?
Within 2 or 3 months, they had over 5,000 subscribers. That's going door to door to door because that's the only way that magazines were sold back then.
But that success was not without its setbacks.
They very quickly found out that creating a magazine could be very expensive, and they really needed to find other ways to get that magazine into children's hands. They almost went bankrupt.
In 1950, the 50 cents per issue publication was on the verge of collapse, so Pat's parents decided to join the company and suggest something new.
My parents began to experiment with direct marketing through the mails and through putting it in doctor's offices. Those are the things then that really made Highlights grow.
Then, after 10 successful years, came tragedy in December 1960.
2 planes collided over New York City, and my parents died in that crash.
I mean, how do you move on from that? Not just as a company, but as a family.
Any family that's experienced that kind of tragedy will tell you, you just do. You can continue on with this dream.
Since then, the company has distributed more than 1.3 billion editions, celebrating every anniversary along the way, from their 10th to their 50th and now 75th.
And leadership remains in the family. The founder's great-grandson, Kent Johnson, is the current CEO.
We put love into every page to have the greatest possible impact on the kid that's going to receive that magazine. The secret is it's really hard work of people who are professionally dedicated to this idea of helping children become their best selves.
Highlights also aims to represent all children, from those who wear hijabs to those with same-sex parents. And the magazine is acting as an outlet to help kids understand their world.
I remember a story from a couple magazines ago about a little girl who had 2 homes. I've never talked to my son about divorce before. You know, I just haven't had the need to. And his immediate response is, so-and-so in school also has 2 homes. And it just told a story to him that was normalized.
It's through story that we build empathy for the others around us.
Young readers can even send a letter to the staff on any topic that's important to them.
Do they all get read, or is there just a pile of letters somewhere?
From the very beginning, every child's letter has been read. That's over 2.5 million.
Wow.
And counting.
Everyone's asleep.
Thanks to curious kids like my own son, Cal. Oh, we read it. Like, as soon as it comes in the mail, we read it every night at dinner. It just became his favorite thing. So to date, get this, Highlights has hidden more than 2,000 pencils and bananas and toothbrushes across nearly 10,000 hidden picture puzzles. And take a look at this one. They designed a special one just for us. So you want to head to our Instagram page at Third Hour Today to see if you can find all of the images inside. I've started to look and I'm like, I don't see a few. So
in this issue, they've got dad's jokes.
Oh, that's you.
Do you know what dinosaurs used to make hot dogs?
No, what?
Jurassic pork.
But you got laughter
That's so
from
old,
everyone.
I fell off my dinosaur.
You've got material for days now.
I could do a whole magazine of these.
No, to bring this full circle and before we move on, the fact that you read it as a child, for me, it changed my life in my grandpa's doctor's office. For you, and now you're reading it to Calvin. I mean, it just goes to show. Anyway.
It's got staying power.
It is.
Yeah.
All right.
I could do without the timber toast, though.
Which I loved. Oh, my gosh.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
A look at our Sunday mail, where we take your questions from Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Our first question this morning comes from Ted in Florida. Ted wants to know, I imagine your schedules are almost as insane as Mark Wahlberg's. What time do you guys wake up and go to bed every night? You missed it early in the show. We talked to Mark Wahlberg about his schedule that has him up at 2:30 in the morning to work out.
Roker status, where he wakes up to work out before the insane
Roker
day.
works out before work, no chance. I tried it for a while at 3:30, and I said, I'm not giving up the hour of sleep.
Exactly.
So I wake up about 4:30, and I'm shot out of a can and I go to work. So I don't have all that early stuff.
Do you go to bed early the night before?
No, not usually. 10:30, something like that.
Sound like
What
it.
do you do?
Calvin's in bed at 7:30. I'm in bed at 8.
You go to bed at 8?
But yeah.
Wow.
And I fall asleep. There's no TV in the room. It's just you go to bed, you sleep.
That's impressive discipline.
Yeah.
When your kids start going to bed later, then you go to bed later
that's
too.
true.
Amy in Georgia wants to know, what are the weirdest superstitions you believe? I'll just keep it on that same question. I don't know if it's a superstition as much as a time saver. I lay out my clothes before bed like I'm a young child.
But will something bad happen if you don't do that?
Well, yes, I'll lose 3 minutes of sleep, and I
So
can't.
you're very practical
I can't afford.
superstitious.
Yes. What about
Mine's
you?
if I go to bed at night, I have to, nothing can be crossed. I can't have legs, arms, like I can't have anything crossed. And I have to say goodnight, I love you, see you in the morning.
Wait, on your back?
On
like
my back,
that?
I have to lay like this, goodnight, I love you, see you in the morning.
With the spaghetti arms again? The straight,
Maybe that's why I
uncooked
like the
spaghetti
uncooked
arms?
spaghetti. It helps with my nighttime routine.
Wow, that is intense. And do you stay that way all night?
No,
or
as soon
you
as I
fold up
say it,
later?
I can fold back up.
Got it. Okay, finally, Ethan wants to know, would you guys rather travel to the future or the past? I'm going to the past. There's a lot of stuff in history you could stop and a lot of things you could observe with your own eyes.
I want to live in like the 50s.
Okay.
You know, I want to be in the kitchen. I want to bake. I love the style of the 50s. I love the music. I
Yeah.
want to go to a sock hop.
You can bake now, you know, too.
No, I know, but it's like the kitchens were better.
On a recent afternoon, we headed uptown to paint and pour to bond over brushes and beverages up in Harlem.
Painting or pouring?
I think it's a fabulous combo.
Are you ready? As we got set up, we waited for instructions.
Without further ado, here's Emilio.
Emilio! You guys doing today? You guys ready to do some painting?
Yes!
When's the last time you guys did a model painting?
What is that?
Emilio? Not that
Oh, y'all not ready to see? What's up?
No, we're not.
Oh, wait,
We're not ready to see.
Hold on, let me just say. Today we painting this. Today we painting this.
Oh, that was a funny one. We let Emilio put on his real gear before he got us started on painting. What else? A peacock.
So are we going to be able to paint that?
As long as you guys stay positive, follow my instructions, I got you guys. First thing I want you guys to do, you're gonna get a nice amount of yellow. Don't think about it too much, just take a decent amount of paint.
Sorry. My bad.
Oh, yeah, there'll be a little splash and you might get a little paint on you.
Getting into it.
Your
I
left,
got a little red and accidentally on mine.
don't worry about it. Go with it.
Can I get a new canvas?
No, you're not in second grade.
Nah, you're good, you're good. This time
Stop
a little
looking at
more
mine.
red.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm doing it right.
I was totally focused on painting the backdrop.
You know who I've never heard this quiet? Al Roker. He must be in the zone.
He is, look at him.
Here's some margarita for you.
Yay. Oh, this is my kind of party.
Yes.
Libations arrived to help with the creativity.
I'm drinking a non-alcoholic version of yours. But I got cherry, so I'm happy.
Cheers to the third hour.
Cheers. Third hour.
Emilio kept us moving along.
You can give me 4 dots. Between, you're gonna do just 4 more.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice pro tip there.
The neck has to be thinner than the head itself. So I'm gonna take from the sides of it, I'm gonna go in and out.
Uh-oh.
And then from here, same thing. You go in and then out.
Uh-oh.
Focus.
Look how close he is to.
You don't poke fun at my technique.
He's about to get his nose with paint on it.
How do you? Oh, Chanel, that's too much.
It's art. It's never too much.
I think my neck is too skinny.
I think mine is too fat.
I think yours is just.
Craig's looks like a spaceship.
No more drinks at that end.
Lot of laughing.
His looks like
It looks like what?
blaze of green fire.
Really? I'll have you know our teacher said it looked just fine.
He hasn't seen it recently.
How's my beak?
Your beak. Needs a little work, Craig. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's really great.
Thank you.
But about an hour in, we were getting somewhere.
Oh, that's really good.
Anybody want to compliment Craig?
And getting fed.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Oh my
Suck it for a win.
Would you like a bite?
A few more touches, and it was time for the final strokes.
The very last step is just to sign your painting.
I don't want this to end. No, don't say that. Emilio, you're a really good teacher.
Thank
Seriously.
you.
Like,
Appreciate it.
Well, this was fun.
this is so good.
I'm proud of us.
I really like it, guys.
Good stuff.
All right, here we go.
Mine got smudged on the commute over here.
No, that's how it looked when you finished. Nice job.
I feel like you guys should get a chance to look at each one by one so you know how to vote for this one.
Oh, so we are voting.
Oh, people are voting on these?
let's see.
Yeah, they're going to vote.
Go to @3rd Hour
So
today.
this is mine.
Okay, wait, let's do it one at a time.
Why don't
Okay.
you get Calvin to hold that for
Hold
you?
on.
Take a
So wait, this is Craig. Craig, let's look at Craig's. We have Craig's. Okay, that's
Okay.
Craig. Craig's looks angry.
@3rd Hour today on Twitter.
Okay.
And there you go.
This one's mine.
There you go.
Oh,
That's lovely.
that is lovely.
Nice. All right, now let's do yours,
Of course,
Dylan.
Roker has
This is Dylan.
clouds.
Here's mine with the skinny neck.
Wait, Alice, get yours in.
And
Don't
we'll
body
be right
shame
back.
my people. Don't do that.
Hey, Today All Day. Welcome to Today Talks. I'm Chanel Jones and Virginia Bush Hager, and we have a great show for you. Carson Daly brings us Pop Star. The star of Bridgerton shares a new kind of bedtime project. Plus, Kanye West brings part of his childhood to a Chicago stadium. Take a look.
The crowd goes wild for Pop Star.
I mean,
the crowd goes wild.
Al continues to be the Flavor Flav to my Chuck D, and I appreciate it every single time, Al. Thank you. First up, Reggae Jean Page. How would you like it if the smooth-sounding voice of the Duke just puts you to sleep every single night? Well, if that's your dream, you're in luck, because the Bridgerton star is the latest celebrity to lend his soothing voice to the Calm Meditation and Sleep app. Page narrates a sleep story titled The Prince and the Naturalist. Here's a little bit, but don't fall asleep.
My name is Reggae Jean Page. Tonight, I'll be accompanying you as we travel back through time to Old England. We'll join a naturalist on a perfect English summer afternoon as he makes his way to the country retreat of a royal family.
You guys use the Calm app?
I'm actually quite
That thing is amazing. It is.
I bet you are quite engaged.
And the Naturalist. Be sure and check that out. Reggae Jean Page is available on the Calm app now. Use that Calm app every single day. Love it. It's Mary Levitt. Shout out. All right, next up, Kanye West, one of the biggest names in music, might be getting a little bit shorter. On Tuesday, the rap star filed for documents in LA Superior Court to legally change his name from Kanye Omari West to simply Ye, citing personal reasons for the request. The two-letter nickname is also the title of his 2018 album, but in order for Kanye to join the club of other one-name superstars like Cher or Bono or Beyonce
Carson.
or
Carson.
Shaq,
Oprah.
he is going to have a judge sign off on the change for it to become official. Meanwhile, the singer prepares for the release of his 10th studio album, Donda, of course, in honor of his late mother who passed in 2007. On Thursday, he's headed back to his hometown for another listening event of the upcoming project. There's been a couple, and get this, Ye is holding the concert in a replica of his childhood home that he's rebuilding right in the middle of Chicago's Soldier Field.
Wow.
Donda expected to be released sometime later this month. Next up, No Time to Die. James Bond fans have been waiting a long time, more than a year, to see the sequel that's been the unfortunate victim to the COVID box office, but the film's release date pushed back several times since the initial 2020 expectation. Well, we finally have some good news. At a CinemaCon presentation on Tuesday, the studio behind the film finally confirming they're going to keep the current release date this time around. So come October 8th, Uncle Al, you can expect to see Daniel Craig pulling off some insane 007 stunts like this.
Why would I betray you?
We all have our secrets. We just didn't get to yours yet.
I need to see that. I don't want to see that at home, though. I don't want to watch that streaming. That's when I got to go to a theater and see.
And it's going to be his last one, right?
That's what they're saying, right?
Okay.
Up next on Today Talks, how to find calm in the chaos. Stay with us.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Olympian and Dr. Lenny Wade joins us to share her tips on manifesting a healthy mindset, especially when things get tough. Check it out.
This morning, we are going to try to put you in the right frame of mind. With school starting and some offices reopening, a lot of people are certainly feeling anxious.
So here to help us manifest a healthy mindset during this time of change is sports psychology consultant Dr. Lenny Wade. She's worked with Olympic athletes on their mental fitness, and this morning she is sharing her expertise with all of us. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's so great to be here this morning.
Well, let's dig in here. A lot of people are anxious about heading back to work or school, the office. You have a visualization tool that we can all do. Can you talk about how that works?
Yeah, visualization is a really great technique and something that I use with my Olympic athletes a lot. So in the build up to Tokyo, I would have them do things like, what's it like to wake up in the morning in the Olympic Village? What's it like to walk to the bus, go to that competition venue? Go through some really simple actions that are within their control. And I think the same people can use that technique in going back to work or going back to school, and just thinking about really simple action. Making sure not to latch on to worst case scenarios or negative events, especially when there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, a lot of what
and maybe
if
some
this,
anxiety.
what if that, yes.
Yeah, and really just, latching on to what they can do and elements that they can control in that high pressure, maybe uncertain, slightly anxiety producing situation.
There's a lot of people who are feeling the pressure now to get back into their social life, get back into a work life, but they're still really anxious about the pandemic. So what advice do you have for them?
I think everybody's reemergence from the pandemic is going to look different. And one thing that I'd like to remind people is even pre-pandemic, everybody had these big individual differences. Some people were super social and loved to go to music events, loved to go to concerts. Other people, they like to keep to themselves and do those smaller social interactions with a close friend. And I think reemergence is just focusing on what works for you. Are you that type of person that wants to get back out there to those concerts as soon as possible? Or is your next step just a dinner with a close friend? And to not set these expectations for everything to be so normal and everybody to react the same, because our individual differences are really huge in how we respond to these uncertain events.
We just heard, Dylan and I were talking during the commercial break, Renee Elise Goldsberry talk about how she was nervous in Hamilton before her big number. I think of athletes who you've trained when they have a big moment, the pressure is on, they've been training for forever. Can you give some advice to the rest of us? Let's say you have a big exam or a big interview. What kind of things we can do to get into the right headspace so that our nerves don't, take over?
Yeah, that's such a great point. The first step when I'm working with individuals is to get to know yourself. And so there are a few questions to ask. So in general, are you a type of person who you fill your battery when you have your time alone? Or are you a type of person more like an extrovert who really needs people around you? Is that something that really helps you feel in that high performance mindset? Then just thinking historically, are you a type of person who really thrives under pressure? Do you love being in the spotlight, being a kind of in the moment performer? Or historically, have you sort of struggled in these high pressure, higher intensity events? And then lastly, are you super ambitious and kind of a go-getter to the point where you need people to kind of hold the reins back when you're approaching this big exam or big performance? Or do you need a little bit of coaching, a little bit of extra motivation to the start line? And once you know those things about yourself, it's easier to set up an environment to support you. You can create that infrastructure that's going to allow you to perform best in high pressure. And that looks a little bit different for everybody.
Now, that's good advice. If you have a big presentation or a big interview and you don't need a lot of people around, then before you have your big moment, go away. Take yourself out of the spot.
Do what you need to do.
Lenny Wade, thank you so much for your advice.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on.
It is time now for our series, Mind Matters. And we've got Carson here to share the story of a man who's starting an important conversation on the south side of Chicago.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's so great. We do this Mind Matters digitally, but to come here in the 9 o'clock hour to share it with everybody is so great. Thank you for having me. It's Christopher Lamarck. He launched his nonprofit organization, love the title, had me at hello, Coffee, Hip Hop, and Mental Health. He launched it in 2018. They've got a coffee shop that funds mental health services for individuals in need with hip hop inspired drinks and a strong desire to normalize therapy.
We want to normalize talking about hard stuff so we can be on the road to healing. Fair enough? Fair enough.
Christopher Lamarck cares for his Chicago community as he knows firsthand how it feels to not be cared for.
I was abandoned and abused for a span of 12 years. Essentially, like the first 30 years of my life was super traumatic. I spent a lot of years being extremely lonely.
But you made it out.
Yeah, I definitely made it out, and I'm super proud of that. And that's why I say healing is a marathon, man. You can't rush this.
In October 2018, Christopher experienced what he calls a breakdown at a coffee shop.
And I just started crying uncontrollably. I just couldn't stop. And so I went to therapy. After some challenging sessions, my therapist sat up in his seat and he said, "It wasn't your fault that you were abused." And for the first time, I heard it because I had been feeling like it was my fault, right? Because that's what happens. It's so much shame that comes with being abused.
As Christopher worked to heal his own trauma, he felt called to help others do the same.
I went home one day and I wrote down 3 words. I wrote down coffee because of the mental and emotional breakdown happened inside of a coffee shop. And then hip hop. Hip hop saved my life from committing suicide. It was my first form of therapy. And mental health because in my community, we're taught to survive. And we wasn't talking about it, so I wanted to normalize this conversation.
And with that, the nonprofit organization Coffee, Hip Hop, and Mental Health was born.
What's on your menu? You've got some funky coffee names?
Yes, so we got the Beehive, which is a honey lavender latte, paying homage like to Beyonce. And then we have the Diddy, which is a cold brew with a shot of espresso and some butter pecan.
Yep, so I love it, I love it.
Absolutely, and the Queen Latifah chai. So many things to pay homage to the incredible artists that group this hip hop thing.
Can I get a little side of warm meek milk in my Diddy?
You know what? You absolutely can.
But at this coffee shop, every hip-hop inspired drink goes to free therapy sessions for individuals in need, like Chicago public school teacher Faith Overall.
If I had to pay out of pocket, chances were I was just gonna have to skip out on therapy, right? So if we have to choose between what's going to provide a roof over our head and what's going to help us to navigate life, we're kind of conditioned to provide the roof over our heads instead. And so having access to free therapy gave me the opportunity to actually get to what I needed to get to. Being an educator, I think that you can talk to anyone and they have a story about a teacher that harmed them. And chances are that's because that teacher themselves was unhealed. So if I heal myself, I have the opportunity to heal my students.
Why do you think it's so difficult to break the stigma of normalizing therapy, communicating and talking about your issues in certain areas? Why is it so hard?
So when we think about going to therapy, it's almost like an uncomfortable thing. Why are you going to therapy? What's wrong with you? Because we share that language, that misinformation, not having a proper understanding, people are afraid to be ultimately vulnerable. I want to tell people that it's probably one of the most beautiful things you can do for yourself, and it's actually very strong to be vulnerable, to own your emotions.
And with Christopher's help, this community is starting to do just that.
I tell people all the time, healing is the new cool. That is the new cool. And we just have to keep saying that over and over again, and that's how you change the narrative.
It's incredible. Christopher's doing it. I'm begging him to run for office or something in Chicago. He's incredible. But listen, one of the biggest problems we're seeing in the mental health space in the country is, well, even if you do break the stigma, even if you do convince people to start talking, especially in communities of color, the therapy's not there. The access just isn't. It's just not there. That puts such an extra thanks to Chris Lamarck and people like that who are opening up coffee shops like this, a place for people to go.
That's a really good point.
What a great template for something to happen all across the country.
Well, it is a great template. And we should mention the coffee shop is planning on moving locations in Chicago in mid-September. They're currently looking for a permanent spot on the north side of Chicago. But here's what you can do. You go to the website. You can find out more. You can watch our Mind Matters series there. They're all there, today.com, Mind Matters. And shout out to Christopher Lamarck. You're the man. Thank you for doing all that you're doing.
Healing is the new cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
Healing
that.
is a marathon.
Yes.
That was the best thing he said.
Love
That
that.
was
Carson,
incredible.
thank you.
Great story, Carson.
Thanks for having me.
Wasn't that story the sweetest? Stick around for more Today Talks after the break.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Exactly.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, we are focusing on your health. Dr. Natalie Azar gives us insights on what 7 symptoms to never ignore before seeing a doctor. Plus, what you need to know about supplements and vitamins. All that and more next.
As women, we tend to put everyone else's health before our own, so we sat down once again with our medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar, to talk about the symptoms and screenings we all should be aware of. Take a look. We know that it's important to go for an annual visit, which some of us don't do and need to, but there are also signs that we cannot ignore.
Right.
What are those?
Yeah, so here's a short list of 7 symptoms that I like to tell people never to ignore, and those are unintended weight loss, unexplained fever or night sweats, any new or suspicious or changing mole, any sudden weakness in an arm or a leg, or frankly visual symptoms or slurred speech. Obviously, you know where I'm going with that. Profound new fatigue, certainly any chest pain, and then extreme sadness. And on second thought, we might have wanted to put that first. I think we very often concentrate so much on physical symptoms that we often overlook something as straightforward and common and important as symptoms of depression.
That's right. Good. All right, let's go through some of the screening tests that we should be getting. Cervical cancer screening. That's, I don't know if that's one that's top of everyone's list, but tell us.
Yes. Okay. So the guidelines here are that for women between the ages of 21 to 29, the preferred screening is a pap smear every 3 years. From the age of 30 to 65, you can continue to do a pap smear every 3 years, or you can opt to do a pap plus an HPV every 5 years, or just an HPV test every 5 years as well.
Okay, let's talk about breast scans or mammograms. There's actually some kind of nuances here that make it confusing, but give us the bottom line.
Yeah, so I would say, guys, that mammography and screening for breast cancer is probably the screening test for the adage of one size does not fit all is most apt. correct. And that is because if you look at the CDC website, you will see 7 or 8 different organizations, including the American Cancer Society, the American College of Radiology, the United States Preventive Services Task Force. They all have different recommendations when it comes to what age to start, how frequently you should do them, and when you need to stop doing mammograms. So what I say to folks is this: of all the screening tests, this is where shared decision-making becomes the most important thing. Every single woman is different, really, in terms of her risk factor for breast cancer. So when you start, how frequently you do it, and how long you do it is really a very, very individual decision that a woman needs to make with her doctor.
Real quick, though, when should you start? When should you get your first one?
Well, that actually, the starting age is one of the things that's kind of like, disagreed upon.
Yeah.
I say 40.
40.
I agree with the American Cancer Society, and then at least a baseline at 40, and then after that, it's kind of up for grabs.
Let's move on.
Let's talk about colon cancer screening.
Yes.
Give us the guidelines.
So in the last couple of years, we've done lots of shows on this. You guys know that the incidence of colorectal cancer early onset before the age of 50 has been rising dramatically in this country. And for that reason, the American Cancer Society has made a recommendation to shift screening, instead of starting at age 50, to start at age 45. Now, screening can include either like a stool-based test that tests for a genetic predisposition to colon cancer, blood in the stool, or a visual-based test, the colonoscopy.
Yeah.
What you choose to do and how frequently you do them is a decision, again, that you make with your doc. But for most of us who are at average risk, it's a colonoscopy every 10 years.
We have 10 seconds, but bone density, should people run and get that, and what age?
So basically, if you're otherwise healthy and have no risk factors for osteoporosis, the recommendation is to start screening at 65. If you're under age 65 and postmenopausal and you have reasons to have a low bone density, like on steroids or things like that, you definitely can start screening earlier.
If you're like millions of Americans, you probably take vitamins and supplements as part of your daily routine, but are they always the best route to better health?
We needed some info, so we asked NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar to share the latest on 3 popular supplements and whether they're right for everyone. Take a look.
We're going to get to it all, but do you think supplements are actually necessary? Because I think some people wonder, should we take them at all?
Oh, wow. Yeah. You know what, Hoda, my bottom line on this really is that if you have a well-balanced diet, you probably don't need to take any supplements, let's say in tablet or capsule form, unless you have a real nutritional deficiency where you do need to replete that. So a healthy diet is really what most people still recommend.
Okay, I think that's probably good information. And then if we do need them for whatever reason, does it matter the form in which we take them? Gummy, pill, whatever, any of those, drops?
Right. Generally, something that's chewable like a gummy will enter the bloodstream a little bit faster. So that's definitely something to consider as opposed to a capsule where you're going to have like delayed release. Definitely a good question, Jenna.
A lot of people having trouble sleeping, and they say melatonin's their best bet. Everyone says it's natural. Is it a good idea to take melatonin?
Well, see, here's the thing, Hoda. It is natural. It is a hormone that a little gland in the brain actually does secrete. And it initiates sleep. It also regulates your circadian rhythm. So basically, once the light from the outside starts to go down and it gets dark, your brain naturally starts to secrete melatonin. The issue is whether or not, if you're having trouble sleeping, whether taking melatonin as a supplement is actually works or is actually a good idea. Definitely for people with circadian rhythm disorders and jet lag, and some people, as we get older and have trouble falling asleep, it might help to sort of delay that time to initiate sleep. But whether or not it actually gives you like a full, restful, quality sleep, that still remains to be determined. And I wouldn't recommend it, lifelong. I think for the short term, it's definitely something that you can take.
Yeah, and Natalie, I think that's a good point, because I think we see these gummies for children, these melatonin, and I read an article somewhere that said if you're giving them melatonin, then their brain thinks they don't need to make it. Is there any truth to that?
Well, that's the thing always, Jenna, and I know there's a whole literature on pediatric use of melatonin. But generally speaking, the principle is, yes, if you're giving yourself something exogenous, and your own body doesn't think it needs to manufacture it anymore, is there a concern? There's definitely guidance from pediatricians on melatonin use in children, but it's something to obviously be very much aware of. And also, if you take too much, you can have side effects. You can have daytime drowsiness, dizziness, even headaches. And, we talk about these supplements. They are still kind of like pharmaceuticals, and melatonin especially can have a lot of drug interactions. Yeah. So you do need to let your doctor know that you're taking it and make sure that there aren't any interactions with any medications that you're taking.
Let's move on to collagen. I mean, that sounds like something that we need. I know our body makes that. So should we be taking a supplement? And tell us about that.
I know, Hoda. So here's the thing. Gosh, if it were the fountain of youth, right, we wouldn't even need to be having this conversation. But so you think of collagen as the most abundant protein in the body, and it basically forms the connective tissue that supports your skin and your tendons and your bones and all of that stuff. Because of that, there is a theory or hypothesis that maybe it could actually help alleviate joint pain, or it could improve skin's elasticity. And there is some research to suggest that this, potentially is the case. You can get it in powder, capsule, and liquid form, and it's also available in foods. I'm sure you guys have heard of people doing animal or fish broth. You can also do protein sources like beef and poultry, but it's not clear that the collagen you consume in food actually gets to the collagen in your body. So I think the jury's still out as to whether or not just taking collagen supplements are all of a sudden going to, make us smoother and everything. But you can certainly give it a try.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Natalie, but we only have a second left. Talk about biotin.
Oh, no. Quickly. Oh my gosh, biotin. Really, really important vitamin for your nervous system, for your skin, helps metabolism. A lot of people take it to help their hair and their nails get stronger and fuller. I have to say that the research on that isn't compelling, but a lot of patients say that they do notice improvements when they take it. So just do it again with the guidance of your healthcare provider.
Today Talks continues after the break.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And I think one of the things that makes you feel better, makes me feel better, is when you can really, forgive someone. You kiss it, and today happens to be National Kiss and Makeup Day. Yeah.
Kiss and Makeup Day. Yeah.
Because you have to do it.
And I think there is, when you do get into arguments with whoever it is, your partner, your spouse, a friend, it weighs on you so much.
It does. I remember we had Joanna Gaines on, Chip and Joanna Gaines, a few weeks ago, and one of the things they said, which stuck with me, was that when you are in an argument, instead of pulling apart from each other, because here's the argument, and then you go back to your corner, you get madder and madder and madder, they said, come together and make the argument, put the argument on the table. That's the thing you're both fighting. Whatever this issue
bad
is.
communication versus the two of you.
Yeah, you don't, but I think it's doing that, and also standing in the middle. Like when your partner says something like, I don't like the way you do X. to be able to stand in it.
And let it.
And just listen before you go, well, I don't do that because that's my defense.
Me too.
Like, what do you mean? It's like, okay, well, that person's not going to say that business anymore.
Or just to listen more, right? I mean, it's so funny because I think when you talk with a lot of people that have been happily married, their advice, my grandparents always said, don't go to bed angry.
Don't go to bed angry.
And then you feel kind of guilty when you do, right?
Because we're not perfect.
No.
But I do think that that's a good sort of rule of thumb. And I think, and I know this from my relationship too, if you don't talk about it for the first day because you think it's nothing and you'll sweep it under the carpet, it was a nothing. We don't have to make a big deal out of anything. Then it's the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, and then another little something happens and you sweep it under. And pretty soon, it's going to come to a head. Yeah, maybe you should have talked about it when it was little.
I know.
And instead, we just let it go on and on.
But you know what it does, what's right is like, because, this has happened to me recently. Henry and I got into an argument.
Yeah.
I kind of thought he was wrong, but I woke up in the morning and I wrote and I said, I'm so sorry. Like, I love you. Even if you're not the one
who's wrong.
Because
he was definitely wrong.
Because it was him. But I kissed and made up.
But I do think that's an important thing to do.
Right. Apologizing is guts, but also it makes you feel better.
How are you?
Good.
You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, oh gosh, I'm just remembering now. Like, I had such a fear of heights. And growing up in Australia, everyone seems to be jumping off something, going rock climbing. Everyone's doing something to do with heights, roller coasters, and it was a nightmare because I had all older brothers and sisters, so I was trying to keep up with them. And I'll never forget, we went on a school trip. I was probably 12, and it was the first time I'd rock climbed.
Oh, geez.
And so my group were there, and I was the first one up. So I'm halfway up this rock climb, and I freeze. I'm actually just thinking about it. I absolutely froze, and the guy's trying to encourage me, and I can hear snickering from the other 15 kids. And it just got worse and worse. I'm shaking. The guy said, you're going to have to come down. I said, no, I'm not coming. No, I'm going to get there. And he goes, no, you're coming down. So he lowers me down, and I can just hear the laughter. And I started to cry, and I turned to them and I said, yeah, well, you just wait till you try it. You just wait. You wait. It's really hard. So I come down. They're all like snickering, and one by one, they all
went
just
to the top?
No problem. They just flew up. And for the next 3 years, it literally became. That was the catchphrase. So anything I did in school, and people would be like, well, you just wait till you have to try it. Like, all right, let's do this math test. Well, you wait till you have to try it. And I'm like, never lived it down. So I actually went to the diving board at our school, and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it. And now I love it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to like look it in the eye?
Totally.
And do it?
I am quite I was a fearful kid, fearful of heights, fearful of the dark. I never liked being in a house on my own. And then when people say what's your biggest fear, it's fear itself for me, because it just stops you living. It stops you enjoying so many things. And so I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Wait, you would do that without?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So why, have you got one set up?
There's no way
we are 101 floors up. Could be.
I know.
Could be a first.
Well, you're like an action guy too, so you have to kind of
pretend.
you don't really do any of that stuff. How do you teach your kids to overcome fear? Like, what's the way to teach?
That's a really good question. The first thing I teach them now, which I didn't, is to admit it. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to say you're scared. It's not embarrassing to be scared. It's normal. And by the way, sometimes it's a really smart thing to be scared, right? Mm-hmm. As a parent, I think the amount of things I should have been more scared of, you know. But just admit it, and don't be harsh on yourself. I think my main message to them now is no good comes out of being harsh. Harshness doesn't really achieve anything. Even with yourself, you can be firm with yourself. You can push yourself a little bit, but do it more loving ways. So, you know, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Because we all know that there are hurdles in life, and you have to kind of push through them, whether it be the first date, the SAT, whatever that first test. You do have to push through it, but my philosophy is to be kinder about it to yourself.
They were right.
What about you?
Well, you know what, though? I want to tell you one thing. They were right. We have a woman who works with me who does hair and a woman who works with me who does makeup. And they said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. And I just want to say that they were right.
Oh, thank you.
They were right. They were right. They're not here.
They're not here. No,
They're not here.
Long
But
time.
they were right. They were right.
Thank you.
So that's such a great trait. Wow. I mean, because it's in this business, it's hard to keep that, I think.
Yeah, well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, I'll give you the opposite point of view.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah, they'll have to. There it is. Yeah, listen, I think for me, my first job in anything as an actor, I was 26. So I think it's really hard. I really feel for the kids who become very famous and successful early on in life. I mean, I didn't know. I would say 25 is when I started to get a little bit of a handle on who I was, where I was going. By 26, I mean, X-Men was my first real movie in America. I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, sexiest man alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy,
guy.
So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
I was just thinking about the projects you choose and why you choose them, because you choose so many. You're like such a Renaissance guy. I mean, I see you on Broadway. I saw your one-man show. I thought that was incredible.
Thank you.
See, in X-Men, you do all kinds of things. You're about to do The Music Man. You've got this movie that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
So when you're choosing a project, does it have to check a box, or do you go on gut, or what is it?
Gut, more and more. And if there's a box to be checked, I have to be a little bit nervous about it. I have to feel there's a challenge to it. That brings out the best in me. And also it means I know that I'm going to have to grow. You know, if I go, I've done that, I know how to do that, I probably wouldn't say yes. Director and script. So the story, director, the people you're working with are key. And then gut. More and more I trust my gut. And if I look back, the times I've trusted my gut, against all reason, it almost always works out.
All you have to do is follow my voice.
Tell me about Reminiscence. So when this project came to you, I know the director sought you out. I mean, came for you, literally came for you, said, this is for you. What appealed to you about this movie?
Well, first of all, Lisa Joy, who's one of the creators of Westworld, which I was a fan of and I think is amazing. I already knew of her work, so I was already very, very intrigued. She's an incredibly original, smart voice in our business. And so when she came to me, she did tell me, she said, you know, I wrote this 5 years ago. I wrote this before Westworld, but I knew I wouldn't get the money for it until I had a success behind me. But you were always the one in my mind. Now, whenever someone says that, I presume that Brad's turned it down, but that's fine. But actually, I do believe her. She did say it more than once, even after we'd finished the film. So, and it's incredibly humbling in a way to think that someone is thinking that they know your work or they think they know you. But for me, there was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that. At the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing like a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off, and I'm like, I have no idea where this is going. And that's such a rare thing when you watch a movie or when you read a script, you think, I have no idea where this is going. And I actually rang my agent 20 pages in, and I said, I'm doing this movie. I haven't even finished it yet, I'm doing it. Gut.
Well, you play such a broken man. Like in the beginning, you're kind of fooled by you, and then you watch as your character just kind of unravels. How do you get into that head?
Well, it's the real me. No. I do a lot of work in creating the character. So the thing I ask myself is, if someone had to play me, or if I had to play you, what would I need to know to play Hoda? And as soon as you ask yourself that question, you think, well, there's a hell of a lot more someone would need to know than what I present. You need to know a lot of the stuff that I cover up, that I don't want you to see, the things I'm embarrassed by, all the background. So I do all that work. And I really try to give each character that respect, because for me, that's the fun. That's the creation. That's the digging, the archaeology of acting and getting into humanity. So I do all that work, particularly around he's a decorated war veteran with obvious PTSD. So I did a lot of work on that and what that means and what the reality of that is. And there's a lot of research about it. And then try to imagine that character in this situation. Even though it's set in the future, it's very relevant to today.
Well, I saw the love story is very dark too, and twisted, and like you're always leaning in, what's happening, what's going on with those two, and it's electric. And I was looking back, because I said, I wonder, it struck me just about your real life love. And I said, wow, look at Hugh, married 25 years.
Yeah, 25.
Like, is it like that?
No. We're not twisted and dark. You know Deb. Deb is the lightest, most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Like, you know, honestly, if you ever want to play the game, who's the happiest person in the room, Deb wins. Just know Deb wins. She literally, and I'm probably too much information, and she'll say, please don't, but anyway, this is Deb. When she goes to bed, she's like one of those dolls that when their eyes are open, as soon as they're horizontal, the eyes close, and then as soon as you tip them up, she wakes up in the morning like this. She's like, hey, morning, hi, what are we doing today? Oh, it's going to be so great. I'm just like, whoa, back it up, slow it down, give me some coffee, give me a second. She's like, all right.
She's ready. She's ready to go.
She just makes the most of everything. Cut to Reminiscence, even though played by the incredible Rebecca Ferguson, who plays May, who I was with in The Greatest Showman and who I love. That's a love story that borders on obsession.
Yes.
When you fall so hard and fast in love with someone, and the question becomes, when you're in love with someone in those early throes of love, is it really the person you're seeing or what you want to see? And then in our story, that person disappears very quickly in the middle of that height of that romance. And then it becomes this obsession to find her and what's going on. And that leads me into the dark world. So yeah, that's very different with Deb. I
got chills. I don't know why.
Chills?
I don't know why. I got it. I'm not sure why.
World?
I think it's that. Something
Right.
about it just creeped me out a little bit.
Deb is, anyway.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, when you and Deb met, did you, was it was
I
just,
knew her
it was
before
instant.
her.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
knew her
you
before her.
Yeah.
She will often say, I had a New Year's resolution that year, I'm not going to date any more actors and none under 30. Meet my husband. Like, so I knew early on, and I don't know why, I'm very indecisive by nature. I am not the kind of person, I don't go to dinner with me, it's a nightmare. I don't know, what do you think? I like the chicken, but what do you think? This looks good. And Deb would be like, let's go. But with a few times in my life, Deb being one, I knew 100%. I just knew off the bat. Well, 2 weeks in. Off the bat would be a little crazy.
But 100% though, after a couple of weeks is amazing.
100%. Yeah. Deb actually tried to break up with me about 3 weeks into our relationship. This is the second time I'm sharing too much. Sorry, Deb. And it was obvious to me that she was getting ready. And normally, my playbook for that situation is, hey, I'm breaking up with you before you break up with me. I'm out, right?
Yeah.
And I just turned to her. We were driving back in the car, and I said, are you trying to work up the courage to break up with me? Are you trying to, in your head? And she goes, yes. I said, you just better get over it. It's not going to happen. I know it. And she went, okay. And that was it.
And 25
and as
years
those
later,
words came out of my mouth, Hoda, I was like, who's that guy talking? That's not me. But it was just, people often say, oh my God, marriage is so much work. And I just, there are some things you've got to live by, but it hasn't felt like that.
I can
It's
tell.
been one of the best things.
By the way, eyes
by
are a
far.
giveaway in life, man. Eyes are a
really?
giveaway. Yeah. And whenever
Right.
you say it just saying her name, like, it's just, it's cool to see true love 25 years later.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are exactly.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Admire you both.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Admire you both.
I love this movie for a bunch of reasons, but it's also about memory.
Right.
And it's funny, as I was watching it too, I was actually thinking of a story you told a while ago. And it struck me, and I've retold it, and I've probably retold it wrong, and I've told it at speeches because I just loved it so much.
Right.
And it was the story of your first time at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm getting chills again. But I think because it defined something, I'm not sure why that spoke to me so, but sometimes I'll say it in a speech or whatever because it moved me. For people who don't know it, I know it's a little short story, but will you tell that again for me?
Misting up a little bit?
Yeah.
I am too, I have to tell you. So, my dad never missed a day of work in his life. He worked for Pricewaterhouse his whole life, literally one company. Never missed a day, except for 3. And that was when I was offered to sing at Carnegie Hall. He's so sweet. And it was a big moment for me, obviously. I had never sung in America before at the time. And I rang my dad, who's always very supportive, no matter what I'm doing, no matter what. Hugh, when you played Van Helsing, that was just so great work. He had no interest in that movie at all. Yeah. So when I told him about Carnegie Hall, he was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be there. I'm totally coming. So he did. It was 3 days. It was a 24-hour flight from Sydney. Mm-hmm. He was there for 24 hours and then a 24-hour flight back, straight to the office. And I rang him and I said, Dad, it's black tie. As soon as you arrive, I'll be in touch with you and we'll arrange everything. So he arrived on the day of the performance. And so I found out while he was in the air that it wasn't black tie. And I was it was business casual or something. I was freaking out because I thought, well, maybe Dad is, maybe that's all he's brought. Maybe he's coming in plain gear and a black tie, right? So the moment he landed, I said, Dad, I'm so sorry, it's not black tie, it's business casual. And he goes, don't worry, Hugh, it's okay. It's fine, I've got all day, I'll sort it out. And then he said, do me a favor, if it's all right with you, I would really love to walk with you, pick you up at the hotel, and walk with you to the stage door at Carnegie Hall. I said, fine, meet me at 6 o'clock, we'll walk over together. So 6 o'clock on the dot, he's an accountant, very punctual. Knock on the door and I open it up and there is my father in full black tie, standing in the hallway. And I'm like, no, Dad, it's not black tie. I'm sorry, no. No one's wearing black tie except for the choir, the conductor, that's it. And he said, Hugh, my son is singing at Carnegie Hall. It's black tie for me. And so we walked over together and I'll never forget, he's a beautiful man. And I never forget seeing him because Carnegie Hall is quite lit up. And I'd sung my songs and I'm sitting down because it was like a concert and I could see him up there. Hoda, you've done it to me, now I'm getting emotional. He was just sitting up there crying. Yeah, it was a good moment. And then when the one-man show, I told that story and my dad came from Australia to see it and he was staying with me for a week. I told that story and I thought, I'm going to go out and my dad's here tonight. So I walk out and unbeknownst to me, Deb had told him that he said he's going to tell the story at Carnegie Hall, bring your black tie. So as I put the light on him, there he stood up in full black tie. It was I'm like, there's a bit of showbiz in my old man.
Look at that.
There goes the accountant.
How's he doing, by the way?
He's good.
He's okay?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he's doing good. And, and I luckily just had some time with him. And
thank God,
because the pandemic was hard, not seeing my family for so long. And I'd been down there in Australia.
Yeah.
We arrived 4 days before the lockdown. And I was in Melbourne and we had to come straight back. So I hadn't seen my family for 2.5 years, which is way too long.
I know you've been practicing for the Music Man. We've seen you tap. I didn't know it was such a sweaty exercise. I didn't know you're drenched.
It is the greatest workout ever. And it's so much fun. It's like drumming just without the drums.
Yeah.
It's probably just as annoying for everybody else in the house, unfortunately. But I tell you, if you want to work out for your legs, it is the best. And your core.
That's the one.
But I've been practicing right throughout the pandemic, but either in my home or as things lifted out with Warren, my choreographer, and Sarah. And I just thought, let's just keep going. I can't just not do anything for a year and a half. And also remember, we didn't know how long it was going to last. So I was meant to have started a year ago. Wow. And then we thought, it'll be September. I thought, we'll go. And then, it's going to be January. And then it just sort of extended. And I thought, I'll just keep going.
So are you pumped for Broadway? Can you believe it's opening? It's really happening. This is a real thing.
I just can't believe it's been closed this long.
Yeah.
That is that just keeps hitting me. And I wish I'd been in the audience for some of these first. Like some of these, it must have been incredible. And I can't believe it, but I'm so excited to be part of it. To be there as Broadway opens up again, and also to bring back a musical, which is the first musical I ever did, by the way, The Music Man.
Is that right?
High school. Yeah, I was in year 9, so what does that make me, 15? I was salesman number 2. Gutted I didn't get the lead part, so no, I'm kidding, no. I knew I was that whole opening, and I was in, and I loved that musical. So in my head, I was like, one day. So here it is. So to be coming back in The Music Man on Broadway, and I've been lucky. I've done London, West End. Obviously, I've done theatre in Australia. There's nothing like Broadway, particularly for a musical. That's the pinnacle.
Whenever I can see it, I'm going to come see you because I'm dying to see it with you. When I saw you tapping, because every kid who's ever taken tap for 5 seconds, which we all have, step, shuffle, hop, step, you're like, oh my gosh, that's how it's done. I'm ready.
So how much tap did you do?
Not much, man. Not much.
No.
I
wish I'd known that earlier.
I've done.
Where's my researcher?
I did tap in it was bad news, but
Really?
but there is a joy to it that I understood when I was watching you. I mean, when you're in love with it.
It's just fun.
Yeah, it's a blast. How are your backgammon skills, by the way?
So
are you
good.
Still?
Got so much better.
Are you sure?
Oh. Are we laying down the gauntlet?
No.
Deb and I play 20 games a day. 20. That's the secret. And it gets heated. She is competitive.
She is?
Oh, yeah.
So how does
if you want to see a little bit of the darkness, you throw a double 6 to win it right at the last minute, and then you'll see a little bit of the dark edge of Deb. But my backgammon skills got very good, I think, over the pandemic. So, beware.
Okay.
I'll take it on. Bring it on. All comers.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I have 2 children.
I know. And by the way, I wanted to say to you, I said it off air, but I wanted to say on air how happy Deb and I are for you and for Joel and just your family, because it's been so beautiful to watch and how you've shared that journey so far. It's beautiful. And I'm actually saying that on behalf of Australia and the world.
Well, I mean, I think...
And if you need a babysitter, my daughter says she's in.
She is. Well, it's so funny because I've made a couple of really great decisions in my life, and probably 3 real great ones. And they were picking Joel and adopting Haley and Hope.
Yeah. I'm gonna match you on that. Same. That's
3 best decisions in your life.
That's it.
And how are the kids? How is that?
I'm just going to cry through this whole interview. It's so amazing to me, the journey. So I have a 21-year-old now, and as of last Saturday, a 16-year-old, and I'm so proud of them how they handled the pandemic, because if I try to think what that would have been like for me at that age, where your parents, not only do they mean nothing, you want them so far away from you at that age as possible. And then all of a sudden, not only are you not seeing your friends, you're stuck with them indefinitely. It's like a horror movie. So, but regardless, with school and everything that went on, I was just so proud of them. And they are the greatest gift ever to come into my life. And it's just such a blessing, truly a blessing. So when I see you talking about it and when you shared with it, and literally Deb and I in the morning we were crying along with you.
Well, that means a lot. Well, I'm glad we have something cool like that in common.
Yeah.
Very cool.
With threes.
Ah, yes. Threes. All right.
Not to be confused with the threes.
Oh, what about that?
What about that?
What's going on with Wolverine?
Oh, I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
That's it?
Yeah, but it was one of the greatest working things of my life. But
I don't know. You know how everybody buzzes.
All right.
He's back. He's out. He's
You're
in.
like,
He's out.
fine.
Okay.
Hello, Today All Day. Summer's almost here, and if you're looking for the perfect way to welcome warmer weather, my pal Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite Alfresco meal. Not Al Roca, but Alfresco. We're talking juicy pork Milanese, peppery arugula salad, an easy antipasti, along with Uncle Pasti, with olives, and of course, a classic Italian cocktail to wash it all down.
Summer is just around the corner. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but my birthday's in there, so I'll allow it. Anyway, it is gonna be really nice to be able to dine outside with friends. So today I'm whipping up the perfect Alfresco meal. I'll be making delicious orange rosemary marinated olives, the juiciest, crispiest pork Milanese you've ever had, topped with a nice fresh salad. And then of course, we need a cocktail, or two. I'll be making a Negroni and an Americano. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Welcome to the new set of Saucy. Let's get cooking. I'm gonna be making some delicious orange rosemary marinated olives. We love olives in my family. We have them out for every holiday as part of an antipasti. I'm gonna be using orange and rosemary because those are two flavors that I like and that work really well together. So first things first, I have two different kinds of olives. My favorite, Castelvetrano, which are super buttery, and then a little bit more of a pungent flavor with Kalamata olives. I like the two to balance off each other, and they're really pretty when mixed up together later on. For the marinade itself, we'll start by adding some oil. It's about 1/3 cup. You can eyeball this into a small saucepan. So first things first, an orange. Any sweet orange will do. This is a plain navel orange, and I'm just cutting a few strips off. Then I like to go back with a knife and carefully, don't hurt yourself here, similar to like filleting fish, remove the bitter pith. We don't need any bitter flavor in our marinade over here. So you can see all the white part is gone and you're left with just the beautiful, super fragrant skin. Right into the pot that goes. Take your time. Better off being safe than sorry with this. And the last one into the pot. Don't want this orange to go to waste. So I'm gonna take that sweet, delicious juice and we'll add that to the pot as well. That'll add a little bit of sweetness to our olives. Next up, garlic. Why does this happen every time? 6 takes later, I'm gonna grab 2 cloves. You can buy them peeled already, which will save on the aggravation. Okay, so just thin slice, 1/8 of an inch, even thinner if you can, without hurting yourself. Into our pot. Then let's add some more flavor. A bay leaf. I'm gonna add a pinch of red pepper flakes. I'm not a big spice person, so I literally just add a tiny little pinch. Last but not least, some fresh rosemary. So I'm gonna cut off a couple of sprigs here and pull off about half of the leaves, or just kind of break them. I just like the way it looks when it's in there. It's still gonna permeate that oil. So I'm literally just waiting for the edges to just sort of start to simmer as I'm doing this. It'll go pretty quickly. We're not looking to cook, we're looking to infuse. You'll know it's done when it gets nice and fragrant. Similar when you add garlic and onion to like a saute pan, and it's getting there, it's smelling really good already. So you can see it's starting to simmer a little bit. So I'm gonna cut the heat and then simply just pour it right on top of our olives. Make sure you get all of this flavor. Leave no speck of garlic or rosemary behind. Okay, now I'm gonna let this sit out at room temperature for a couple of hours. So every now and then, every time you pass it, just pick it up, give it a tossy turn, zhuzh it up, get those olives coated nice with that oil to help marinate it, and give those olives some time to steep.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
If there's one thing that I can eat for dinner every night, it's pork Milanese, or any Milanese. Chicken, anything, pound it thin, fry it crispy, I'm gonna eat it. I'd probably even enjoy shoe leather if it was fried. So right here I have, from my butcher, you can get these at most supermarkets, some nice, beautiful, thick pork loin chops that are boneless. I'm gonna pound them nice and thin so that every inch of this Milanese is absurdly crispy. Get yourself a generous sized sheet of plastic wrap. And this is where the fun begins, guys. This may look a little scary, but I promise you it's not. We're going to butterfly these chops. So, I'm gonna place a chop on the plastic wrap, taking a really sharp chef knife. I'm going to find the center, and I'm gonna cut it open like a book. Work slowly, deliberate steady slices. And this is just to help get it nice and thin. And I'm just slowly going to start peeling it open. And there you go. If you skip this step and just start pounding, you're gonna be there all day and your meat's not gonna be as tender. So truly don't skip that step. Be sure to leave a little slack around so that our chop has room to grow. Get yourself one of these fun toys and go to town. Watch your fingers, don't do what I almost just did. There you have it. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick, and we have a gorgeous big cutlet now that is for one person. Keep going. Did your kids or your boss piss you off today? This is the perfect meal to make at the end of the day. This one's even better. You can do this with chicken breast. I love it with chicken. You can do it with beef. If you don't have time to go to the gym, this is the perfect activity for you. Is this what it feels like to exercise? One to go. That looks great. As easy as that. I am going to wipe down, sanitize, clean my hands, and then we're going to dredge these guys up. Okay, now that that's set up, let's start getting these bad boys breaded. So, free them from the plastic wrap. Look how great that looks. Nice and thin. And when cooking, you want to make sure you're seasoning in layers. You never want to just finish with salt because it's just sitting on top and doesn't have time to absorb. Also, when cooking, you want to do all of one action at once. It keeps things neater, it's quicker. This is the bulk of the seasoning, so don't be cheap. And get both sides. The last one's always the annoying one, isn't it? Perfect. Now to begin breading. You may notice that there's something here missing, flour. Growing up, whenever my dad made chicken cutlets or Milanese, he never used flour. And when I went to culinary school, I was like, what's with the flour? And I've tested it both ways. In this case, it is an extra ingredient, an extra step, and I find it to be completely unnecessary. It actually coats better to this pork if you don't use flour. So while you're probably thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, I would curse here, but I'm not allowed to anymore. I definitely do. So this is my dredging station. 3 very well beaten eggs and 2 cups of seasoned breadcrumb. Another trick, wet hand, dry hand. So in she goes. Make sure we're nice and well coated. You can see how great a pie dish works for this. It fits well, it has a flat enough surface, and it has sides to keep everything in place. Give it a couple of shakes and right into our breadcrumb. Now, use your dry hand to start covering it with the breadcrumb. When you get to this point, you can flip it. Make sure you don't miss a millimeter of breadcrumb. Every crevice, breadcrumb, and press it in. We want these to be well coated and super duper crispy. Just like that. And that's ready to be fried. Make sure you press it on, lock it in there. Isn't that cool? This is kind of a fun thing to get the kids involved in too. Put them to work. Dinner was not for free at my house growing up. Thank God I did most of the cooking. My mom's cooking's atrocious. That's a big one. Time to fry them up. I've added about 1/4 of an inch of vegetable oil to a pot. When frying, I like to use a neutral oil like safflower, canola, any vegetable oil because it won't take on any flavor. Have this going over medium-high heat, and I know it's ready when I add a pinch of breadcrumb and we get some sizzle action. So you see how it foamed up and it already started darkening? Time to add one of our cutlets. We're gonna let this fry for about 2 to 3 minutes per side until it's deep, golden, gorgeous brown. Keep an eye on the edges of your cutlet. I can see it already starting to get nice and golden brown in that little nook, which means it's almost ready to flip. I'm gonna take a sneak peek. Almost there. For me, any cutlet should be on the brink of being burnt for it to be delicious. Now just another couple of minutes. Oh yeah. Transfer it to a wire rack. If you put it on paper towels, it's gonna get a little soggy and the breading is gonna start to fall off. Get another one in really quick. And then, while it's still hot, add a nice, generous amount of a flaky sea salt. You can see it melting into that hot oil. Some of it won't melt. It'll add a little bit of an extra crunch and extra seasoning. These cutlets are gonna cook really quickly, so keep an eye on the pan. This is not the time to walk away and start another project. Oh my God. Extra crispy for the chef. I have my oven set to the lowest setting. I'm gonna throw these in there to keep them warm. I don't wanna keep them in there too long though, just long enough to make a delicious salad.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are having sex.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This peppery arugula is the base of my salad, but any good salad needs a killer dressing, and this is mine, my white balsamic dressing. Going to start by adding a couple of tablespoons of just plain old clover honey. This bougie thing looks like a lot of fun, but it's a little messy. This is gonna add just enough sweetness, some Dijon, which is gonna add more depth of flavor. It's also going to help emulsify this dressing when we add the oil. Get that all in there. A little bit of salt, about a half a teaspoon. And then about 1/8 of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. Gonna whisk this to combine. Make sure you get that honey to dissolve. That looks beautiful. Now that the base of our dressing's ready, I'm going to drizzle in olive oil. Very slowly begin to drizzle in your olive oil, giving it time to break up the fat molecules and emulsify. If you can see the oil puddling in the vinegar, that means you're adding too much and it's going to not emulsify properly. I did not sign up for this much cardio today. You can see it already starting to thicken. That means that we have a great emulsification. It's a beautiful dressing. Great golden color from the white balsamic and this really good Sicilian olive oil. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's perfect. It doesn't need any more seasoning. This is a very simple salad. All I'm going to add to this arugula are some beautiful cherry tomatoes that I'm just gonna have. If you don't have a small utility knife like this, a nice serrated knife, it's a really great kitchen tool. I use it a lot. I'm gonna give this a quick toss. And then add your dressing to taste. This makes more than you need for this, but it stores really well in the fridge in a mason jar or just any sealed container for at least a week. It's all set. All that's left to do is to put the two pieces of the puzzle together. It smells so good. Okay. These are nice and warm. Let's go with this big guy. Just throw that right onto a plate and then don't be cheap. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Then, because God forbid I cook something and not put cheese on it, how delicious does this look? I cannot wait to dig in. I'm kind of thirsty. I think I need to make a cocktail.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
I'm going to show you how to make probably the most quintessential Italian aperitivo, which is a pre-meal drink, something meant to whet your appetite. And this bitter Campari is going to do just that. That is one of the 3 major components in this Negroni. This drink is equal parts Campari, sweet vermouth, and gin, and it is going to punch you in the face. So I'm doing 1.25 ounces each of these 3 spirits. This is our sweet vermouth to balance that bitterness just the slightest bit. And we can't forget about the gin. This is a London dry gin that I'm using. Then some blood orange. I like to peel it directly into my beaker to catch any oils that come out. And I'm just going to peel off a nice healthy strip. Add some ice. We want to get this nice and chilled. It's also going to dilute this the slightest bit and stir, stir, stir. At least 20 seconds. Really let those flavors combine and let it chill throughout. Perfect. Get yourself some bougie ice. So pretty. Then, every cocktail needs a garnish. Another strip of our blood orange skin. Give it a little twist. And then I kind of like to run it on the rim just to get those oils on there. Little extra hint and punch of the orange. Now, if you feel like this is a little too bitter for your palate, we're gonna make its less aggressive cousin, the Americano, which is pretty similar. We're gonna start the same way with our Campari, using 1.5 ounces this time. And then the sweet vermouth. No gin in this one, so it's not gonna be quite as boozy. Perfect. Same thing. And stir, stir, stir. Nouveau Bougie ice. Isn't that such a beautiful color? Then, finally, we'll top it off with club soda. How beautiful, that effervescence. Don't forget about our little garnish. One little straw. There you have it, the perfect Negroni and Americano. Can't wait to share these with my friends. Here's a pretty color. And a little twist.
Thank you.
You stir. It like dilutes it a little. Welcome.
This looks delicious. Beautiful.
Some pork Milanese.
Nice. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
I think when a lot of people think of the mother of the blues, I was thinking of, Billie Holiday, I was thinking of Ella Fitzgerald, but Ma Rainey came before all them. Was Ma Rainey a role that you thought to yourself, boy, I hope one day I get to play that role?
Not particularly. I mean, listen, there's lots of roles that you look at and you say, I would love to play that role. It's not like I didn't want to play that role. It's just that because of how I was exposed to it, I didn't see myself in that role, which is, it's very limited thinking. But you know what? When you start acting and you come to Hollywood, the disease that can metastasize very fast is limited thinking. And I had limited thinking. I said, oh no, there's other actresses who can sing and they're older and they're fabulous. They could play that role, but no, it wasn't me.
I would imagine the singing part was scary. Oh my word.
It is scary, but once again, I say this all the time. You could talk to, if someone did a biopic of my life, you can talk to my husband, you could talk to my daughter, you could talk to my mother, but you would only get 40% of me. There's a huge part of who we are that exists in the internal. And even with Ma Rainey, even though she was called the mother of the blues, that's only a small part of her story. It's a big part and it's a small part of who she is. She's bisexual. She's a woman who was dark-skinned, who was heavy-set in the turn of the 20th century. So she literally fit all of the characteristics of people who were rendered invisible.
And yet somehow she knew her worth. Like I feel like she fought every day to say, I'm worth it. I'm going to convince you I'm worth it. It looked like it was exhausting.
Yeah.
But she fought through it.
I'm going to remind you that I'm worth it. And here's the thing, Hoda, though. When I think of people of color, and I define us in our world on our terms with autonomy and agency, there were a lot of Ma Raineys. Ma Rainey is just sort of an anomaly to the public when you think in terms of how in the past white people have interpreted us. So we're always sort of an extension of the time period. So if it's 1927, the height of lynchings, the height of Jim Crow, then our heads were down, we were just self-effacing, we were apologetic. But in my world, when I think about my husband's mom and grandmother, when I think about my mom, these are women who always knew their worth. They own their bodies. They own their sexuality. And that's the beauty of August Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
He spoke truth. I mean, every time you saw one of his, I was just looking back to an old interview you and I did. It was when you were doing Fences. Yeah. And it was as moving in that moment. And I'm having the exact same feels that I'm having in this moment. But knowing one's worth is something that I think a lot of people struggle with. Mm-hmm. Did you always know your worth?
No, not at all. Because in my defense, this is what I will say, that one of the things that happens oftentimes with people is you always feel like you have to do something to earn that worth. That you have to have a degree, that you have to have looks, that you have to have some kind of high standings. And somewhere along the line in life, you just realize, no, I was born, I'm breathing, and therefore I'm just worthy. I'm just worthy because I am. And so that has been a learning curve for me, that I just feel that I have value. And then it becomes about always reminding people of your value. That's the hard part.
Well, you know what's funny? I mean, I see your Oscars, your Tonys, and your Emmy, and all those things. And I was looking back to an old Meryl Streep speech at the SAG Awards in 2009. And one of the things that came out of her mouth was, my God, someone give Viola Davis a movie.
Yeah.
And I thought it was both beautiful and also the fact that it had to be said from the podium like that somehow was not upsetting to me, but it moved me in a way. They even Meryl had to be reminding people to give you a role. What did you think in that moment?
I thought it was very nice what she said. Of course, I was very moved because I love her more than anyone can love a human being. But also, I mean, I have to say in a lot of interviews, people mention that. And there's good and bad in that. The good part of that is, you know, we're peers, me and Meryl. And it was a beautiful gesture of her recognizing my talent and saying it, you know. But at the same time, does Meryl Streep have to say that in order to give me worth? You know, does that mark the time that there was Viola before that time and there was Viola after that time that Meryl said that? But I think that we're in the day and age where we're really understanding that everybody is fighting for space now. We really are. We're fighting for space. And here's the thing, we should fight for space. And we should fight for space because really, at the end of the day, everybody has to feel their worth.
Do you ever get tired of fighting for space? Do you ever get tired?
You do. I mean, I know that you do as a woman, you know, because how we're valued, you get tired of fighting for it. But you know what? The hardest fight is the fight within yourself. I think once you've conquered that, you're good. People know my story, coming out of poverty, coming out of domestic violence with family that I really, really loved. But it was just a really difficult moment that I had when my parents were fighting and I started screaming and I couldn't stop. Obviously, I was experiencing trauma at 9 and I ran into the bathroom and I got on my knees and I put my hands together and I prayed to God to take me out of this life. I said, I'm going to give you until the count of 10. And when I open my eyes, I want you to have plucked me out of this life because I can't take it anymore. And I counted to 10 and I opened my eyes and I was still there. And I thought to myself, well, God, do you even exist? Do you even see me? But it was only in hindsight that I realized that he kept me there for a very specific reason. That because of the life I've had, hard is relative to me. I understand poverty. I understand domestic violence. I understand what it means to live without food. And it's really helped me in service position because it's like they say, you can only help people if you feel them in your heart. And I feel them in my heart because I was kept in that situation to feel it. Now it's undeniable to me. I don't see people who are on the periphery as I see them. They are not invisible to me because they are a part of me. I always say the little Viola is always waking up with me, tapping me on the shoulder, saying, what are you going to give me today, Viola? Is it going to be some ice cream, or are you going to just let me hug you and be excited about my future? You know, she's always there. And I have to think of my life like that, because otherwise it can't be about the golden statues. You know, it can't be.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Well, you know, it's funny when I watch you in these roles, I often wonder, there's acting and then there's a feeling that seems to transcend acting. I mean, I know a lot of people are beautiful actors and they can inhabit a role, but sometimes when I watch you, I wonder, like, I feel like you've felt that before. I feel like you might have lived that before. I feel like you understand that from a way that other actors and actresses don't.
Well, I say that I'm an observer of life. It's not a lot of things that I play in characters that I've experienced, but I've observed it in other people. I'm probably looking at you now and seeing things that you don't even think that people see. It's just in every actor. We are observers and we're thieves. We have a greater empathy. And then when we have to play a role, we use all those observations and we pour it into the role because we have to be sort of the keepers of humanity without judgment, just the keepers of humanity. But I mean, I don't know. I sort of love people. I do. Even when they get on my nerves, I sort of love them.
You talk about in your talks, which I watched one with Tina Brown. I watched a bunch of them and I was again so moved, but you talk about the difference between having goals and having a purpose.
Yeah.
What's your purpose?
Well, my purpose, I have to say, continually changes. I'm sort of in the Michelle Obama plane of her book Becoming, because that's what it is, right? You're always becoming something else. There's always a new goal to focus on. You know, I'm halfway through my life. I mean, right now, my main purpose right now is to help people feel the things that I never felt when I was a kid growing up. The sort of invisibility of both Blackness, poverty, and womanhood. I don't want anyone to feel that. I think that when people feel seen and they feel valued, I think that that's 90% of the work, with them sort of working towards becoming their ideal self and having the passion to do that. But so oftentimes, because we live in sort of a caste system, a status system, that there's the only people that we see are the people who are on top. The rest, we sort of relegate to the back. I'm not saying everyone does that, but I don't want that to be my purpose. That's why I have the production company that's dedicated to the broad spectrum of humanity, those narratives that really emphasize people of color, people in the LGBTQ community. There are great stories coming from, people who've been on the sidelines too much. If I were to focus on that being that would be the main vision and purpose. But, talk to me in 10, 20 years. My purpose may be sitting on the beach in Hawaii and scratching my feet.
And having a cocktail, I hope.
Or 3.
Yes, exactly. I like that. I like that. You said that you talked about when you came from abject poverty, but you describe a moment where you saw Cicely Tyson. Yeah. Because you'd never seen anything modeled for you that felt right. And when you saw her, it felt like home, I guess.
It was magic moment. It was magic. It was one of those moments that you can't even define except in the abstract, which is I found that thing that I wanted to do with my life. I found it with looking at that unbelievably brilliant artistic performance. And there is an understanding, Hoda, with artists of color, because I did the whole gamut, the undergraduate degree, went to Juilliard. There's a feeling that there's no craft involved in acting when it comes to us. We're sort of playing another version of who we are. They do the same thing with athletes. It's sort of an innate talent. We're not outliers. We don't have craft. But when I looked at Miss Tyson, I saw craft in the same way you see it in, anyone from Meryl Streep to Judi Dench to anyone. I saw someone who literally could go out there and learn something and it can transform them. And I said, that's what I want. And I want people to throw flowers at me. That's what I wanted. I literally said that. I want people to throw flowers at me. That's my ego, I think.
And they do. Yeah. They do.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Can we talk about the other bright light in your life? And you have a lot of them, but adopting Genesis when she was a baby. She's now 10 years old. I still can't believe it.
Yes.
How do you think motherhood transformed you?
It transforms you by getting you out of the way, and making you focus on a higher purpose. And it's transformative in that way, I think. In me, it's like I have to tell Genesis she's beautiful, she's worthy, she's capable. I have to put her to task. And in doing that, I'm healing myself. I'm doing it to me. It's like I can hear myself. It's like, you know, and you know, the other day, I think I actually did it the other day. I was like, you could do it, Genesis. You could do it. And she was like, well, what about you too, mommy? And I was like, that's it. You know, she's just been the biggest light in my life. And when you talk about purpose and vision, she's absolutely up there.
Have you forgiven all the people in your life you need to forgive?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have. And I can actually say that I have. Yeah.
Wow. That's a big statement.
Yeah.
It's a big statement. I wondered. You always seem so clear. There's like a clearness about you. So you look like someone who has forgiven people. You're not carrying it.
I can't carry it anymore. It's like I always, you know, talk about that saying, forgiveness is giving up all hope of a different past. And I know that the people who were in my life, like my dad, you know, who passed in 2006, my mom is still with us. It's just, they did the best they could with what they had. And now that I understand where it's all coming from, I mean, I forgive them everything. I love my parents and my family.
You've also said this in some of your speeches. You said that the two most important days in your life are the day you're born and the day you figure out why.
Yeah.
Have you figured out your why specifically yet?
Not really. I mean, listen, there's lots of whys, you know. It's like someone just said, you start a race off, you run on par with everyone who's running with you. And then halfway through, you're running on par with someone who's at your same pace. And it's only maybe 3/4 of the way through the race that you begin to run your own race. And I'm not necessarily at that point yet. I mean, listen, I feel like I live for love. I do that. The love of my husband and my daughter, my mom and my family. I mean, for me, that's everything. I think that probably when we get to the end of our lives, that's probably going to be the only thing that's left.
Yeah, there was,
you know, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of things I live for.
Well, you're the bomb. I can't remember who said this, but he said there's the resume you and the eulogy you. The resume you is what they talk about while you're around. The eulogy is what they say after you passed away. I have a feeling the eulogy you is about 1,000 times better than your resume you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Let's go through just a couple of rapid fires. First thing that comes to your mind when I ask you this: what's the one thing you cannot leave the house without?
A headscarf.
Wait, say that again?
Headscarf.
A headscarf. Okay. Okay. I just heard the scarf part. Okay, headscarf. What is the one misconception people have about you?
That I'm always serious. I'm a lot of fun. That's the one. I'm trust me, I am so much fun.
You got the best laugh on earth. I know that for sure. What is the one thing or person who inspires you right now in this moment?
Oh, my mom. In every single way, she inspires me. Her heart is bigger than the world.
I like that. How does you're 55, Viola?
I'm 55.
How does 55 feel?
Fantastic. It feels a whole lot better than 28. See, 28 is that age holder that I'm stuck at. I was making all the worst decisions in my life, especially with boyfriends. So 55 is much better than 28.
Man, you got your wonderful daughter. You got a career that you dreamt of. Yes.
Yeah, I got a little bit of money in the bank. I got a refrigerator full of food. I was a starving artist at 28.
Oh, Viola, I love you. I adore you. I can't tell you how meaningful this is for me. So thank you.
Thank you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
exclusive interviews,
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. Boom! And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Guilty pleasure reading. I know.
Okay, the Kristen Stewart.
Twilight.
I read them in less than a week. I thought that they were kind of hot. And then I read it and I was like, this is like a week and a half of my life I can't get back. But I loved those books when I read them.
I am here with Viola Davis for Open Book. Thank you so much for chatting all things books with me. I read that when you were growing up in Rhode Island that books were a refuge for you.
It was a refuge. It was an escape into my imagination where I could be anyone I wanted to be and I could go anywhere I wanted to go. So I went to the library. Every day I would walk. When I was in kindergarten, I would walk to the library and I'd stay there until nighttime and I would walk home.
I also read that Elise, the trusted librarian, was like a friend, was like a mentor.
Well, she was a friend because it was almost like Pavlov's dog. As soon as I got there, she would give me half of her lunch, which was always a tuna fish sandwich and a brownie. And I would devour it, and then I would go into the children's section of the library.
When you think back to being in that children's section, what books do you remember reading?
Everything from Dr. Seuss. Everything from the corduroy books. I mean, I remember the smell of the pages.
Was there a favorite when you were little or something that you remember reading and just thinking, or even maybe an adolescent thinking like, wow, now this?
The first book I ever read that changed my life was Claude Brown's Man-Child in the Promised Land. I think I read it when I was 13 and I could not believe it. It was a memoir about this African-American man growing up in Harlem and the whole drug crisis, you know, in the 20s, and just, it shifted me as a person. That's what it did. It shifted me as a person.
How important is it that kids or teens can see themselves, can see their culture, can see somebody that looks like them in the books that they read?
You know, it's like Albert Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Because I think that sometimes a culture can limit you in your identity as a woman of color, and it's only in books and it's only in stimulating your imagination that sometimes you can see your possibilities, you know, and also it's just entertaining. You know, I just feel like it's entertaining. That's why I became an actor. That's why I love acting.
You like to entertain.
Yes, and I like pretending I'm somebody else.
You said earlier when we were chatting that plays were like this opening into this world that you would eventually go into.
I'm an introvert. I'm actually very shy, even though I always tell people I'm a whole lot more fun than you think I am. You have a lot of laughs.
I think I would have fun.
But I'm very, very introverted, and so I used to love holing up in my house, reading plays. I would read Eugene O'Neill. Even as a young teenager, Shakespeare, Winter's Tale is my favorite. Macbeth. And I would read, you know, all things August Wilson, you know, Arthur Miller. Arthur Miller absolutely just shifted me in a whole way with Death of a Salesman, View from the Bridge. I consider that to be, you know, they call it dramatic literature. And I would pretend to be all of those characters in it.
And yeah.
It was the foreshadowing into your career.
Yeah, now I'm like, when am I gonna retire? I'm tired.
You're like, I don't even have time to read the new J.K.
I got an 8-year-old.
What do you read to your daughter? What do you read to her?
You know what? I read now. My husband gave me a book for our anniversary, and they're all love poems by Emily Dickinson, Pablo Neruda.
Those are romantic.
And they're all romantic. And so we read those together. And how I get her to read it is I say, okay, say the name of the author, Genesis, but do it nonsensical. Just make believe. So she'll go, Pablo, Pinky Brains or something. I say, okay, read his poem. And then she reads me his poem. That's how I get her to read it, by making it fun, by making it like
silly.
Silly. And she reads me some of the greatest love poems, especially before we go to sleep, So that's...
Is that like a love poem in itself? You're sitting with your daughter reading love poetry? Are you like, this is what life is supposed to be like?
Yes, except when I go, Genesis, do you know how powerful that is? Mommy is crying right now. She's like, okay, Mommy, whatever. It's Pablo Neruda, Genesis.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things? Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
Okay, if there's one person who agrees with the old saying, you are what you eat, it's our health and nutrition editor, Madeline Fernster.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about the foods that are good for your hair and your skin and your nails. So if you missed that, you can check out our new podcast. And today we're tackling the best foods to boost your energy.
Okay, Madeline's leading us in a game called Best Food Friends, so we can figure out which food combos provide a 1-2 punch of energy. Hey, Madeline.
Hey, Madeline, it's good to see you.
How are you?
Oh,
always good to see you.
We love you and we miss you. Okay, but let's talk about this, because I didn't realize that a food combination, a 1-2 punch, could be something that, changes how your body feels.
And, the important thing here is picking the right foods, because you want to have some energy now and later. And if you pick a healthy carbohydrate and a fat protein compound, then you're going to have the energy now and energy later. You need that burst of energy from a carbohydrate, a healthy one like fruits or vegetables or a whole grain, and then sustained energy from a fat protein combination that takes longer to digest. So when you combine them in the right way, you'll be all set. Energy now and later.
Okay, Madeline, really quickly, because we want to get to this game, are there any foods you shouldn't pair?
Yeah, that are no-nos.
Okay. There are no bad matches as long as you take the different categories, a carbohydrate food and a fat protein food, and you're good. 2 carbs will just give you quick energy, but not later. But let's get to our game.
Okay, great.
So what we're going to do is make the best match of which 2 go together. So there are certain matches, the best fit. So Hoda, why don't we start with you?
Okay.
Which 2 do you think go together the best that are?
I know exactly which 2. Carrots and hummus.
Good one.
And you would be right.
Oh, I would?
Carrots and hummus. Yes, you did. That's a good one. The carrots and hummus are a great choice because carrots are a healthy carb with just a touch of fruit sugar. And then the hummus has that fat protein punch because tahini is the sesame fat along with chickpeas and some protein. That's a good one. Okay, Jenna, why don't you try next?
Okay, I think you're trying to trick me with the cheese and crackers just because that's my very favorite combination of all things. So I'm going to say cheese and grapes.
And Jenna, you would be right.
Yes, I knew it. Don't follow the shiny ball.
Game.
Okay.
There you go. Because grapes and cheese are a perfect combo because actually grapes are nature's candy. It's a really wonderful fruit. It's a pure carbohydrate, and the fat protein in your cheese will give you that slower digested energy along with a pop of calcium.
I'm just going to take that as wine and cheese. They're the perfect combo. Thank you for that, Madeline. I will report that to everyone I know.
And the crackers and peanut butter together.
Okay. So crackers and peanut butter.
Yeah, of course. Okay, that's
right.
Good.
That's what's left. What doesn't go well with that? Take some whole wheat crackers. You get that carbohydrate. That's a healthy carb as well, along with peanut butter. That's going to give you healthy fat and some protein, and that goes perfectly well together. You've got 3 great combos. They're economical and they're portable.
Okay.
Madeline, thank you. That was awesome.
We miss you. It's great to see you. For more tips on what to eat for more energy, go to hodaandjenna.com.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Exactly.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are.
Exactly.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the best solutions to our problems aren't found in the drugstore. They're found in the grocery store.
Yeah, so NBC News health and nutrition editor Madeline Fernstrom is about to show us some easy fixes for your ailments, and they are right in your own kitchen. Madeline, it's good to see you. All right, so
to the first question, though, Madeline, we have some of our viewers that have some questions about this. Let's go to Justice from Columbia, South Carolina, to see what they need help with.
Jenna, while I am so happy that it is the summertime and I'm happy for the weather and everything, my skin is super, super dry, especially on my legs, and I just don't know what to do.
All right, let's hear it. Justice, she doesn't want dry skin, and nobody does. So what's good for that?
Okay, the best thing, Justice, and everyone, is to add some fat to your diet because you need water hydration, but fat is sort of the overall lubricant to keep your cells functioning. Skin is the biggest organ. It's all over. So add a fat like avocados.
Here we go, Madeline. I'm doing
here we go. We're going to take a look
Let's
at this.
see it.
Oh, let's reveal.
Avocados and tomatoes. Why do these work?
2 of the best ones. The avocado is a heart-healthy fat. You can use it on anything. You can mash it. You can put it on a sandwich or a salad. And you can use other fats like nuts. But tomatoes are a surprise because they are a huge nutrient powerhouse. And it gives you loads of antioxidants. It prevents cellular damage. You're going to have a bunch of vitamins, vitamin C, vitamin E, potassium. And it's easy to incorporate every day. The most important thing about having food for the outside is going to be you eat it every day.
Got it. All right. So we got a viewer, Michelle. She's got a problem that lots of us can relate to. Take a listen.
Hi, this is Michelle from Scottsdale, Arizona. And during the hot months of the summer, my hair gets so dry and brittle. I was wondering, do you have any advice or any tips that can help solve this problem?
Shall we see?
We have a reveal, Madeline, and the winner is?
Okay.
Ooh, almonds and eggs.
Almonds and eggs.
Almonds and eggs. Now, the big key here is when you have brittle or dry or damaged hair, protein is great. And one of the best proteins are eggs because they are the best digested by the body. They're full of B vitamins, especially biotin. That's really important for hair health. Remember, any small deficiencies in your diet can really be reflected in problems in your skin, hair, and nails. And especially if you say, oh, eggs, the American Heart Association goes, these are great for healthy eating. 1 a day, 7 eggs a week are going to be great. And also remember that yolk, that's going to be good. It's got a lot of antioxidants and some vitamin E, so you can't go wrong. And almonds, one of Hoda's favorites, is a top combo because it's got those healthy fats that you need for vibrant hair as well as protein. It's got 2/3 of your vitamin E. So you really got a nutrient powerhouse both with proteins in the eggs and the almonds.
And they're filling too.
Madeline, really quickly, let's get to our viewer Sarah, see what she has going on.
Yeah.
Hoda, Jenna, I need your help. Every summer, my nails get so cracked and spotty. What should I do?
Okay.
Here's the reveal,
This is what we do, Sarah. Raisin bran and asparagus. What a strange combo.
And asparagus. Now, where does this come? Any whole grain, bran cereal is great because it's a good source, is a great source of zinc and B vitamins. Any problems with nails usually have some vitamin or mineral deficiencies or marginal ones. So bran cereal is a great choice. And the raisins are full of iron. That's so important for women's health. And a lot of women are marginally deficient. If you like liver, you can try that. The asparagus is another nutrient powerhouse. It hits all the nutrient bases. It's low in calories. It's got a ton of folic acid, vitamin A, C, E, K. I mean, it's a whole powerhouse of everything you need, and some lesser known nutrients that you need, like phosphorus and copper and a bunch of iron. So incorporate these every day. Food's not going to have that impact unless you have it regularly. But any problems, and these don't go away or solve it, see your doctor because it might be something else.
Madeline,
thank you.
These are all
Great
things we
tips.
have in our houses anyway, Madeline.
Exactly.
Thank you
We
so
appreciate
much.
that. Thank you, Madeline. For more tips on what to eat for your hair, skin, and nails, go to hodaandjenna.com.
Once I felt what it felt like to breathe for the first time and get that full breath of air, I think it unlocked something where I just wanted to keep exploring.
For Kaylee Dunewald, lifelong health issues led her on a mission.
Take me back to why you ever started exploring plant-based diets.
Growing up, I suffered really severe cases of both asthma and allergies, and saw all these doctors and specialists, and every one of them told me this is just the way I was born. But then when I was 25 years old, I was living in Bali, Indonesia, and embarked on a plant-based diet.
Kaylee says within 2 weeks, her symptoms disappeared.
I really felt like it was my mission in life to share this really powerful story with more people, to let them know that you really have more agency around your health than you might realize.
She embarked on a career change, first becoming a health coach and inspiring others to view food as medicine.
It was very, very powerful work. But once I kind of a year and a half in, I ultimately felt like I needed to make a bigger impact. And so if I could really target the root cause of at least what a lot of these people are suffering from, it's just the food being offered to consumers.
And she did, targeting a rather unexpected food.
How did you decide ice cream was this niche area that you wanted to focus on?
I thought that that would be a really powerful place to start, because proving that you can do that in a nutrient-dense way really shows that you can do it pretty much anywhere.
In 2017, Kaylee launched Sacred Serve, a plant-based gelato made with young coconut meat and packed with superfoods and nutrition.
In a thing of ice cream, we've got activated charcoal, tiger nut flour, and mucuna purines. It sounds healthy, but I don't know what they are.
So we really tried to recreate this nostalgic cookies and cream, but really only working with nutrient-dense ingredients. So our hero in that flavor is tiger nut flour, which tiger nuts are actually not a nut at all. They're this root vegetable, and they're packed with resistant starch, so really good for your digestive health.
I like to cook, and there are certain healthy ingredients that are just really hard to make work. What was the trial and error process like?
What makes ice cream really rich and creamy is a lot of fat, a lot of sugar, and gums and stabilizers. And we don't use any of that. This young Thai coconut meat, it's a pulp material. So it's got a lot of extra fiber, and that's what lends itself to the really rich and creamy texture.
2 years later, Whole Foods started stocking Sacred Serve.
What was that moment like?
Very surreal. I wanted the product to work. I wanted people to love it. And we were really, really well received.
But the cherry on top, Kaylee not only figured out a way to make ice cream relatively healthy for customers, but for the environment too.
I think one of the coolest things is the actual packaging. I had no idea that the regular carton that you get regular ice cream in is not actually biodegradable, is not recyclable. How is this carton different?
What people don't recognize is because it looks like paper, there's actually a thin plastic lining on the inside that acts as a moisture barrier that essentially renders it trash. And so what we've done is we've replaced that plastic moisture barrier with a water-based barrier. So there's no plastic at all in our container, which makes it fully recyclable, compostable, and biodegradable right at home.
Cookies and cream.
As for the taste test,
Mama.
looks like a thumbs up.
Mommy.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with a food trend that we've been hearing a lot about lately, meatless meat. It's made to look and taste like the real thing. It's also become big business. In just a year, plant-based meat sales have increased by 26%, bringing in more than $800 million. More restaurants are adding it to the menu. More options are popping up in stores as well. But is it really a healthier option? Dave Zizinko is a Today health and wellness contributor. He is also founder of Eat This, Not That, of course. Always good to have you.
Hey, great to see you, Craig.
So these are all the rage now. First of all, what constitutes, I guess, meatless meat, fake meat, if you will?
Well, first of all, it's meat that's made from plants.
Okay.
That's number one. And then these companies were able to basically replicate almost perfectly the taste, the texture, the chemical composition of burgers in this case. And unlike a typical veggie burger of the past, they are trying to get it to taste like meat so that you'll eat more of that.
And even
less
when you
of
cook them, I've noticed that they even cook like your traditional burgers.
Exactly the same.
All right, so
exactly the same.
This is a regular burger.
Right.
I know what these taste like, so
If we go through the nutritionals on them, and what you're going to see is that for something like beef, it's going to come in, and feel free to try any of these, it's going to come in at about 287 calories normally. It's got 75 milligrams of sodium, which is great. It's got 23 grams of fat and about 8.6 grams of saturated fat. That's where we are with traditional beef.
Okay, that's the regular burger.
Yeah.
That's
Then we move over to Impossible, and that's coming in at about 240 calories. So you're saving around 40. Then it's got 14 grams of fat, which is you're saving there. It's got about the same saturated fat and a little bit more sodium.
Okay. How about the Beyond Meat burger?
And then for Beyond,
I've actually had these on a number of occasions.
Yeah, this is like Impossible coming in at around 250 calories, a little bit higher when it comes to sodium, but fat is much less fat and a lot less saturated fat. 6 grams of saturated fat is great because women should get about 20 grams a day.
So on the whole, Dave, are these meatless burgers healthier for you than the traditional counterparts?
They're not necessarily healthier because the manufacturers are trying very hard to give you a plant-based meat alternative. They want it to, so it's going to have similar saturated fat, sodium, and calories. However, it's better for you in two important distinctions. It's better for you for eating less red meat because we eat about 2.5 burgers worth of red meat a day, which is 5 times more than we should. And beyond that, it's much better for the planet. It's much more sustainable. So if you're thinking about the environment and you're trying to eat less red meat.
And that new UN report just out this morning speaks to that.
Yeah, this is
All right, so
no animals were harmed in the making of these products.
It's not just these burgers that we're talking about. This meatless trend is now everywhere.
Everywhere,
Sausages.
and it's exploding, and they are mastering the taste.
What do we
Taste
have here?
dominates everything. These are sausage-based varieties, Beyond Meat, Beyond Sausage, which is terrific. And this is a Light Life sausage, plant-based. And both of them have half the total fat.
That tastes like sausage.
It really is amazing. Wait till you try this other one, too. They're both lower in calories, it looks, it sizzles, and it satisfies like normal sausage.
Now these, I would assume, are healthier than your traditional sausage.
Nutritionally, they are better.
Okay. And this is
overall, and this Light Life has been doing this since 1979 and was well ahead of the trend.
What do we have here?
Okay, so here now we got the before the butcher. This is a breakfast sausage. What's great about this one is it fits perfectly on an English muffin. It's an award winner, and you're basically getting less sodium and double the protein. This one over here is chorizo from Abbott the Butcher, and it is basically developed in a kitchen, not in a lab, which is great. It has a very flavorful.
Now these look just like chicken nuggets.
Yes. This is raised and rooted plant-based nuggets. This is actually Tyson-owned. And it's the only non-vegan option here because it does contain egg whites. But it's
that tastes just like a chicken nugget.
It's amazing, right? This stuff does not
just
taste
like a chicken nugget.
fake meat. This right here is Nugs. What's really interesting about this company is that they're constantly updating their formula. So they keep making it a better and better chicken nugget that's plant-based.
In terms of health.
Yeah. So a year ago they had version 1.0, and now today they have 1.3.1. Which is a year later.
Now, what is this?
And then this is Good Catch tuna.
Fake fish?
So what's that? This is fake fish. This is, and it's safe for those with shellfish allergens. So what you're getting here is a lot of the omega-3 fatty acids that you wouldn't necessarily get if you didn't like fish or were allergic to it in this Good Catch tuna.
Have you tried that?
I tried it. It's great.
Is it?
You weren't.
I'm not a tuna guy. I'll taste it. But I'm not. Is this in terms of like health? Is this just as good?
This is nutritionally. It's really great because you get the omega-3s.
Yeah, I'm not a tuna guy.
Okay.
But, if you're into that, you're into that. Thank you. Yeah, we always learn something when you're here. Thank you, Dave Zizinko.
The race to carve up the meat market is heating up. This week, Impossible Foods beefed up its roster of meat alternatives, serving up new plant-based pork and sausage.
So I can see there's the sizzle, you have the fat coming out of it. You can also get the aromas.
Smells like pork, it looks like pork.
All without the pig. Award-winning chef Tracy Desjardins advised Impossible on the new pork.
We're seeing a lot of consumers, especially millennials, who really want to make that choice not to eat animals anymore because of the environmental impact. And this is a product that can satisfy all of their meaty needs.
Okay, here we go.
We were among the very first outsiders to taste test it.
What do you think?
Oh, good.
If you were tasting that side by side with ground pork, would you know the difference?
I don't know that I would.
Yeah.
Impossible says their pork has 0 cholesterol, 40% less saturated fat, and more iron. Meat alternatives are predicted to explode, rising from $14 billion of the global meat industry right now to $140 billion by 2029. Impossible Foods already has lucrative deals with big names like Burger King, Red Robin, and White Castle, with more to come. You'll find competitor Beyond Meat served at Carl's Jr., Dunkin', and select McDonald's, with a major expansion announced last week.
This is what goes into an Impossible Burger.
We first met the founder and CEO of Impossible Foods, Pat Brown, back in 2017 when he showed us how he uses liquid heme made from soy to make their burgers bleed like real beef, the same key ingredient in the new pork. We caught up with him in Las Vegas, where he told us he chose to do pork after beef because it's the most consumed meat in the world.
It's simple ingredients that come from the farm, that come from nature. Nothing weird is done to them, and that are combined to produce a product that we think is like more than the sum of the parts.
His larger focus is pork's negative environmental impact.
When you eat a pound of pork, it's the equivalent of driving about 17 miles in a typical American car.
That's because of greenhouse gas emissions like methane released into the air during meat production. As for your personal health, nutrition specialists like Dr. Vijaya Surampudi at UCLA say there's no conclusive research yet on whether these juicy alternatives are good for you.
Am I eating something healthy? Not necessarily.
And why not?
Because it is still technically processed. You still have, the same degree of fat. You have more salt in it.
Surampudi says meat substitutes like Impossible are so new to the market that more research needs to be done.
We want to know things, long-term things. Does it affect our cholesterol? Does it affect our blood pressure? Does it affect cancer risk? Does it affect heart disease risk?
So bottom line here, what's your recommendation?
So I think anything is fine in moderation, but ideally you would focus on a plant-based diet where you have whole vegetables, whole fruits, whole grains.
Is there a downside to consuming Impossible meat or plant-based meat?
If you love meat and you're going to buy meat, you're much better off from a personal health standpoint, from a public health standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, from an animal welfare standpoint, buying Impossible pork or the Impossible burger. If you want a carrot, eat a carrot.
An ongoing debate leaving consumers with plenty to chew on.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Does it count if it's a watermelon margarita?
Always trying to beat the system.
I'm just asking.
You gotta love Bobby Thomas.
There are people watching that understand. I'm here with one of my favorite people, Joy Bauer, the one and only, who is beautiful on the outside, but just as beautiful on the inside.
Thank you for that.
But you also know so much about what to put inside to help us feel just a touch prettier on the outside. And let's talk about water.
So water's great for 3 different reasons. First is it helps to flush out the toxins that we have within our body. The second thing is that it helps to circulate nutrients and oxygen to all of our skin cells. And it also helps to plump up and firm your skin so that it looks smoother, it looks clearer, it looks truly more beautiful.
I'm gonna try to get more glasses of water in, but if I can't drink the water, how else can I sneak water into my diet?
There's a lot of ways that you can sip water. Reduced sodium broth is fantastic because it's all water and it's got a little bit of flavor. And because you don't want to get a lot of salt along with the water, I would say definitely look for lower sodium brands. And you could do vegetable or you could do chicken. It's all great. Another great thing is green tea. Not only is it giving you great hydration for beautiful skin, but you're also getting antioxidants within the green tea that are fantastic for a glowing complexion. So starting with some fruits, we have grapefruits, watermelon, and strawberries. They are about 90% water.
Watermelon is one of my personal favorites. Is this too sugary? Is there enough water in it?
It is not too sugary. It's got something called lycopene, which is an antioxidant that's really good for your skin, and it also has a lot of vitamin C.
So fruits have a lot of water. What about vegetables?
So some vegetables have even more water content than the fruits we just went over. If you could imagine, cucumbers, lettuce, and celery have about 95% water. I'm gonna show you how to make, I call it a Cucalicious dip. This is an easy thing. So this is just yogurt.
Okay.
So it's a single 6-ounce container of any yogurt that you want. I'm using a Greek yogurt because you get like a huge punch of protein and it's thicker and it's tangier. So now what we're gonna do is grate a cucumber. It could be a regular sized cucumber or one of these minis.
And why do you grate it? Just to get the different texture?
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's perfect for a dip then.
And I can see the water right on the grater.
That's right. And I keep the skin on because you're getting some fiber with that as well. You know, we might as well go for the gusto.
Okay.
So why don't you mix that up? I'm gonna wash my hands. So really we're creating like a tzatziki sauce, right?
My parents had a Greek restaurant forever, so I'm familiar.
Ah,
and I didn't know this was so good for you.
And I'm going to put in a little ground cumin because everything's better with cumin. Do you agree?
I will take your word for it.
Do you like garlic?
I do love garlic.
Okay, good. A little bit of garlic. Okay. Nice color, right? Mm-hmm. And a pinch of some ground black pepper. And a little bit of kosher salt. Great. And now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop in some cilantro. But really, you can make this recipe whatever you want. You could put in dill, fresh mint, anything goes, even oregano.
Okay. Beautiful foods.
There you go. Mix that in.
Okay.
It's pretty, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
There you go. Your girls' night in or your spa day.
You could do this, guys. It's so simple.
So simple.
Let me grab one. Let me test it out for you.
So this is loaded with extra water because of the cucumber.
We have the cucumber within, and then we're dipping it with celery and cucumber.
Okay, so load up on your veggies. Cheers.
Cheers.
Welcome to our Today All Day special, The Upside. I'm Craig Melvin. The Upside is all about uplifting people and stories that show the true grit of the human spirit. And after spending an amazing 2 weeks at the Tokyo Olympics, we couldn't help but think about the power of sports. So today we're going to shine a light on how sports changes lives, helping folks overcome obstacles both on and off the field. Now, traditionally, the sport of rowing isn't known for its diversity. While talent is everywhere, access is not. But that didn't stop the students of St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey. With the help of a dedicated coach, they changed all that. And as you'll see, the school has a bit of a habit of turning tradition on its head. Spending a day at St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey will leave you nothing short of inspired. You're a winner. Don't miss the moment. Heart and hustle are everywhere.
Benedict's on 3. 1, 2, 3. Benedict!
On campus and 4.5 miles off.
Yes, Jamil, that's what I want.
On the Passaic River.
You know you're making a change if it feels uncomfortable.
That's where you'll find Coach Craig White.
I graduated from St. Benedict's. I live in Newark. I've lived in Newark my whole life. What makes St. Benedict's Prep different is everything.
And he's not kidding. The students take charge here. So when one asked him to start a crew team, he had no choice but to take it up with the headmaster, Father Leahy.
And I told him, I said, no, a crew's too expensive, Craig. We can't do crew. One day I was walking around the property, walked through a door and tripped over an erg. So I called Craig. I said, Craig, what the heck is the erg doing here? Oh, somebody just gave it to me. Great, up some story, right? Ergs kept multiplying. And then one day I look across my room in the monastery, just thinking, 8-man shell. Craig, he just ignored me. So now you're here doing a story on the crew team.
What started as a leap of faith is now a 10-year success story.
We're consistently getting higher and higher and higher and higher up the rankings. Our kids this year, they advanced to the semifinals at Stotesbury Cup for the first time in a decade.
I never really imagined that I could be a part of something so big. When I got to the team, I was just surprised that, wow, this actually exists. And it was really one of the first things that I could dedicate myself to.
That dedication got Yamil, Jaden, and Alvaro a ticket to U.S. Rowing's Olympic Development Program. And now they're dreaming bigger than they could have ever imagined.
My dream one day is to make the Olympics.
I would love to go to the Olympics.
My dream is to make the Olympics.
If one of my kids is on the Olympics, I'm probably gonna break the television. Screaming and throwing stuff, but it's great. Do we have a future Olympian in this group? Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
While gold medals would be nice, Coach White says it's the character building on and off the water where the real magic happens.
Every time I have to do something hard, I think about it. I've been on the erg for 90 minutes straight before. I just think about that and be like, okay, I can do this. If I can do that, if I can do 90 minutes on the erg, I can definitely do this.
What we do on the water every day, without question, changes lives. When the kids come to us and they're a part of the team, they change for a couple of reasons. One, first off, they learn and they understand that I have power to make my life better. It's not just about the sport, It's about, am I making myself better? Not just interpersonally, but am I becoming a better athlete, holistically better? Is my technique improving? Are my grades improving? Is my relationship with my family improving? And every generation of kids, every year, they raise the bar. And they do that themselves.
But they'll tell you, none of this would be possible without Coach White.
He's the guy.
He's just the guy. He's just the guy.
He does a lot for us. He sacrifices a lot for us.
He's kind of like a second father to me.
These kids are so grateful for everything. They're grateful for each other. They're grateful for the experience. And you could literally ask them to move mountains, and they'll do it.
From changing lives to changing the world of rowing to recognize the value of diversity in the sport, Coach says he's just getting started.
The rowing community in our country in particular struggled. It struggled to be able to diversify the sport. Our kids get hooked the minute that they get in the boat. So all we have to do is to provide access, open a door. And then once the kids walk through it, they want to do it every day. I want these kids to have whatever they want. I want them to be able to grow into the world. They have the grit, they have the intelligence, they have the work ethic. So to be able to share myself and my family and my time with these kids, to be able to watch them grow, to be able to do what was done for me to another generation of young people, what else is there,
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Skateboarding made its Olympic debut this year, but it's a 46-year-old newcomer and mom of two who has everyone talking. Known by her alter ego, Auntie Skates, Orby Roy's uplifting and inspiring skating videos have gone viral on TikTok, proving she's not your average auntie.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of two who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore, and myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, why aren't you married yet? And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, if you can do it, I can do it. It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, "Are you a pro skater?" I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, "I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, and I just like to skateboard."
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, "How are you doing? Do you need some help?" And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, "Are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing?" And we're not. Like, we're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Turning obstacles into opportunities might seem daunting for some, but not for weightlifter Chris Rudin, who has dedicated his life to teaching others how to live without limitations.
A lot of people know that I was born with a disability, but a lot of people don't know the story behind the glove and why I've kept it on for so long. I started wearing this glove in middle school. I was used to the looks, but it wasn't until I went to middle school that kids started making fun of me. So this is the first time I am taking my glove off in front of people. I've hidden from everyone else and myself, and I can't anymore. I really can't.
I remember making that video, uploaded it to YouTube, I closed my laptop, and I just didn't look at it. I was like, I don't care what happens, I'm just gonna avoid it. And I woke up to being on the front page of YouTube, on the front page of Reddit, and all over the internet. Washington Post picked it up, and just everyone ran with it.
This is me. It's a part of me. Something I have to learn to fully accept. And I guess you do too.
My name is Chris Rudin, and I was born with 2 fingers on my left hand and a shorter left arm. I never even thought that there was other people like me. I accepted that I was different, and for a long time I accepted that I was broken. I accepted that I was less than. I always told myself that I never needed to stop hiding, to the point where I wouldn't leave my house if I couldn't find my glove. I've had to even text my dad, I'm like, hey, I need a glove, and he would go to the store to get me one because I wouldn't leave the house. I refused. But I set a goal, if I ever got a prosthetic arm, which is almost impossible to get, that I would take my glove off and I would show the world. Since my last post, I have been invited to be on a TV show hosted by The Rock.
I never thought I would take my glove off and show people my disability. I'm here for every kid that's afraid of being different, every kid that's afraid of the way they look or the way they are. I'm here to show that it's possible, and I hope every kid in America knows limitations are self-imposed.
Great job. Thank you.
To look back and go from the kid who was hiding, the kid who was ashamed to be in front of everyone, to being on magazine covers, being on billboards with The Rock, a guy who used to play with his action figures, and speaking all around the world, making a book, breaking a world record in deadlifting over 650 pounds with one hand against non-disabled people. All of that is amazing, but every day I get to help someone have that light bulb moment of, hey, I'm more than my circumstance, is the best feeling in the world.
Super early this morning, but it's time to head to Nubbability. Nubbability is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids with limb differences how to play organized sports. I'm really excited to meet the kids, to see how the camp is. I never really had any of this growing up, so it'll be fun.
How you doing? This is my first year as a coach at Nubbability.
When you think of the word overcomer, it's every single person in this room.
What I really love about Nubbability is there's archery, fishing, basketball, football, every sport you could imagine, even lifting weights. But more than just the sports, it's the opportunity to overcome any obstacle that this limb difference or amputation might present.
Snag it.
Oh, that's all right, man. Good hustle. Go.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see you. Are you fishing? Yes. Bonding with the next generation makes me feel impactful. It makes me feel like I'm serving some sort of higher purpose beyond the struggle that I have, but the struggles that everyone else faces. You can reel up the line a little bit. Come on, you gotta know we're gonna catch fish.
Mr. Chris is awesome, kind, sweet, nice to others. Mr. Chris is one of my most favorite people in the world.
Got it. Reel it in.
And the most funnest one I've ever met.
Boom. Boom. That's a catfish. Good job. One more time. All the way down. Chest up, knees out. Up. Good job.
Good job.
I'm stretching. I was teaching kids strength and conditioning, but what I was really teaching them is unwavering confidence. Up. Let's go. The ability to be resilient and the ability to adapt for any circumstance. The most fulfilling moment today was definitely watching this guy who was definitely taken aback by like everything. He deadlifted for the first time in his life, and he was emotional. He was definitely emotional, and it got me to watch a kid go from being timid to confident. You just did 4 different workouts in 2 seconds.
That was cool.
I love that light bulb moment that took me 17 years to happen. It takes them a few minutes.
Look at you doing pull-ups.
It's important not to hide who you are, because in hiding, you'll never discover who you actually are. All you will be is a carbon copy of everyone else, and the world has enough other people, and the world doesn't have any of you.
Good job.
So why rob the world and the next generation of the potential and the reach and the impact that you can be by being yourself? Being seen makes me feel like a person who's not broken. And the biggest moment of feeling seen was when I looked at my mirror and I wasn't ashamed of what I saw anymore. The upside to my story is, regardless of what life throws at you, there's always a way to make it to the top.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today on The Upside, we're shining a light on the ways sports uplift and inspire. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a young boxer who's doing just that, fighting to claim a place for women in a sport still dominated by men.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing. Do you wanna try it to see if you like it? They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, There's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight, that's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and like that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. You know, she knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year like that. I just skyrocketed, but no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes.
Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to like get back into the groove of things. I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough. To always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place.
That's it for us on the Upside, Power of Sports. Hope you walk away inspired by the incredible people and stories that we showcased today, proving that you don't have to be an elite athlete to experience the life-changing power of sport.
Hello, you beautiful people. You all look great, and we love that you're tuning into our favorite streaming channel, Today All Day.
We are halfway through the week. Welcome to our digital show. It's called Today in 30. And we've got another packed half hour, so we should probably get started.
Yes, let's begin with the latest on the emergency evacuations in Afghanistan after President Biden stood by